Just tell the people to sit down. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for coming. So we will be discussing today Savings and Investment Union, waiting for Godot. Savings and Investments Union, what's in it for retail investors? Thank you very much again for joining us today to discuss the SIU. And is it the Godot that retail investors have been waiting for so long? Currently, around 10 trillion euros of EU retail savings remain parked in bank deposits. If citizens had greater trust in the EU markets, and the Commission's barometer have shown consistently that they don't, and had easier and simpler tools, like the Swedish do, had cost-efficient products and be auto-enrolled in well-performing, cost-efficient pensions managed by scaled-up pension funds, how much of this capital would be directed towards productive investments in the real economy here in the EU? Unlocking the savings is not just nice to have. It is really a strategic opportunity that could boost EU competitiveness and resilience and help us achieve strategic priorities so that we are able to live in a free and democratic, strong and secure, competitive and innovative Europe. Household savings are the primary domestic source of funds for financing capital investments, which are essential for long-term economic growth. Yet trillions of euros remain trapped in low-yielding deposits and underperforming financial products that will not help EU citizens reach pensions adequacy. If you are interested in details, please have a look at our annual report, Will You Afford to Retire? The Real Return of Long-Term and Pension Savings. So the question is, why aren't EU citizens investing? Are they really being irrational, or is the system failing them? Let us consider some of the influential voices that what they have said about it. Mario Draghi. Despite the higher savings, EU households have considerably lower wealth than the US counterparts, largely because of the lower returns that they receive from financial markets on their asset holdings. Christian Weyer. Household financial savings amount to 35 billion euros, fueled by one of the world's highest savings rate, 13.3%. However, these savings are poorly allocated. Enrico Letta. Financial integration within the single market will remain elusive unless it is clear that such integration serves not merely the financial sector. So let me repeat. Considerably lower wealth, lower returns, poor allocation, and a financial system that is serving just itself. Europe's financial system has been failing citizens far too long, and we now are often discussing EU competitiveness, complaining that EU investors, if they invest, then they invest too much overseas, but we should also discuss the competitiveness of the EU financial industry. High fees, poor returns, pseudo-scientific confusing disclosures and excessive complexity, this is hardly attractive. This is discouraging investments, and we are witnessing a trend where billions of euros in European capital are flowing to the US each year. Why? In search of better opportunities, in hope of getting better returns and achieving pension adequacy someday and being able to retire. So, can we change it? Not all heroes wear capes, but the stamina it takes for an individual investor nowadays to navigate this complex landscape, and particularly when trying to invest directly and cross-border, it is nothing short of heroic. Yet too often it is the process that wears them out. And research and surveys of individual investors done by Better Finance show that many of them, after wasting lots of time, sometimes counted in years, and hundreds of euros, trying to, for example, reclaim withholding tax and sorting complex procedures really wears them out. For example, 70% of investors do not even start the withholding tax reclaim process as they consider it not worthwhile because it's too complicated, cumbersome, too lengthy. And out of the remaining 30%, only half succeed. After some close to traumatic experiences, many simply give up and vow never to invest cross-border again. So this is a significant loss of potential, and not just for the individual investor, but also for the companies and for the economy as a whole. And so hopefully the faster directive will change that. What is also alarming is the phenomenon of debanking. So we have seen that organizations that aim to help retail investors to manage their investments face sudden closures of their accounts, often just within 30 days' notice. And of course, some might argue that banks have the right to decide whom they serve, based on commercial viability and that they are guided by entrepreneurial freedom. And that is, of course, true. But how does this align with the principle of responsible banking, sustainability, financial inclusion, and our broader political goal of encouraging citizens to invest for the future? So is the Savings and Investment Union the Godot that European investors have been waiting for? Will it finally make a difference? Will investing in EU capital markets be easier, more attractive, more accessible, or will we, in a few years, still find ourselves paraphrasing Estragon when asked about the capital markets, complaining, nothing happens, nobody comes, nobody invests, it's awful. I sincerely hope that SIU will improve the situation and that as Better Finance, I really wanted to thank the European Commission and the European Parliament. We had a lot of fruitful meetings since December last year. We have discussed many of the proposals that, in our opinion, should improve the situation. And both the draft report of the European Parliament published last week and also the SIU communication have many of the proposals that we have discussed in the recent months. And we are very fortunate today to have two distinguished panels of experts who will share their insights on how we could improve the situation and, crucially, identify the initiatives that really could make a difference and be a game changer for retail investments, of accessing better investment opportunities and receiving good value for money. So will it be the blueprint for the ISK? Will it be a simplified PEP? Will it be auto-enrollment or revised shareholders' rights directive, or maybe the 28th regime that we started to discuss yesterday at the high-level forum, Justice for Growth? But before we begin with the panel discussions, I would like to take a moment to thank the Commissioner Albuquerque for being and accepting our invitation and being today with us and presenting her vision for the Savings and Investment Union. We are eager to hear your views. What can we do better and how we can use the proposals in the communication. But ultimately, as we all know, it really depends on member states. I would say the ball is in their court. If they really want their citizens to invest in capital markets, they should use the opportunities that the communication and some of the proposal of the European Commission gives them. So let's discuss today how to change it. I invite all of you to be very active, ask questions, and I will give the floor right now to the Commissioner. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Alexander, for the welcome. I'd like to thank first Better Finance for inviting me to speak here today, and I am really delighted to be here to express my support for the important work that you are doing in defending the interests of retail investors and making sure that their voices are heard in our initiatives. Investors, including retail investors, are an essential part of our capital markets. There is no market without those buying and selling the instruments available. And yet, our regulatory framework in many ways tends to consider these retail investors purely in their capacity as consumers of financial services, who can only be allowed to access financial products after completing lengthy forms and passing a battery of tests designed to protect them. We sometimes fail to see them and fail to look at them as a strength to diversified and resilient markets, and we fail to recognize that they should be allowed to take decisions and choose their paths. And while we are focused on shielding these consumers of financial products from perceived risks, we are failing to provide them with services and products that meet their specific needs and investment horizons. I believe we all share the objective of empowering people to invest better, ensure their long-term financial well-being, and retire with the dignity they expect and deserve. For that, we must act in several fronts. Let me outline a few. As you know, competitiveness is at the core of the mandate of the current Commission. In the light of shifting geopolitical dynamics, to put it mildly, we need to prepare our economies to face a broad range of challenges, including climate change, rapid technological shifts, as well as providing for our collective security. We need to be competitive because we must cater for our citizens and their future. Investment in capital markets is still not a reality for most of us. We may be afraid of losing out, have difficulties in understanding the language used or managing the complexity of the intermediation chains, or just feel an overall mistrust towards an activity that is somehow still perceived as casino-like. So we end up leaving our money in low-yield bank deposits and let others take the financing decisions that concerns us all. This is a missed opportunity. It hurts our companies who are dependent on bank-based funding that does not always fit their needs. But it also hurts our retail investors who are unable to make a decent return on their hard-earned savings and ultimately see them eaten up by inflation. This is why retail investment is one of the core pillars of the communications on the Savings and Investments Union we adopted last week. This communication sets out our vision on how to improve the financial system and to create more opportunities to direct savings into productive investments. And one way to get a head start on these efforts is by concluding an ambitious agreement on the retail investment strategy. To boost retail investment in EU capital markets, citizens must see clear benefits. Unfortunately, consumers today are not sufficiently benefiting from capital markets. On the contrary, they are too frequently offered and sold products that do not deliver value for money. This is undermining the levels of trust in investment services. In fact, according to the regular consumer scoreboards, investment services are generally ranked among the services consumers trust the least. It is therefore not surprising that many retail investors shy away from investing. When the Commission put the retail investment strategy proposal forward in 2023, its core objective was to boost trust and confidence in financial markets. We intended to ensure that retail investors are treated fairly and have access to financial products that suit their investment objectives. I would like to acknowledge and thank Better Finance for the input you have provided on the retail investment strategy and indeed for your support for the objectives behind our initial proposal. These objectives are even more important today than they were back then when we made the proposal, as our financing needs grow and the means to offer citizens the well-being they deserve became scarcer. At the same time, in line with the simplification agenda, we need to ensure that administrative burdens are limited to what is strictly necessary. Protecting retail investors and simplifying rules are not conflicting goals. They do go hand in hand. Thank you, I'm sorry. That's better, thank you. So it is important to ensure that the products put on the market are of good quality and that investors are properly informed. But it is just as important to foster competition and innovation and to ensure that investors can effectively access these products. I am encouraged by the discussions I have had with co-legislators during the launch of the trilogue negotiations. We have a shared objective of improving the investor journey for European retail investors. This includes making sure that they have access to products that deliver value for money, providing them with information in a manner that is clear and easy to understand, and avoiding unnecessary administrative burden and red tape. An ambitious agreement on retail investment strategy will help set the ground rules for retail investors to confidently engage with capital markets. It is an important precondition and enabler for unlocking such engagement, thereby opening new financing opportunities for European businesses and boosting our savings and investments union. But our work will not stop at risk. The SIU aims to bring about an investor-centric approach, and we intend to propose over the course of this year, measures that will strive to make it simpler and more attractive for investors to invest through savings and investments accounts, open up additional investment opportunities, improve long-term outcomes for retail investors and savers in view of retirement, and further empower EU citizens to make sound financial decisions through increasing financial literacy. As the experience in a number of member states has shown, savings and investments accounts can be a powerful vector to promote investments by citizens and to channel retail savings towards productive investments. We are engaging with member states as well as a variety of shareholders in order to gain a better understanding of what is working and what is not in incentivizing investments in capital markets. We will use that knowledge to propose a European blueprint of savings and investment accounts and come forward with measures that can assist member states in fostering the uptake of such accounts by investors across the EU. The features of such investments will be defined in cooperation with you all, industry and associations and investors, with a view to incorporate best practices. Proper incentives, notably tax incentives, play a relevant role in that regard. The blueprint will be coupled with ideas on how to enrich such accounts with appropriate incentives. Let me just make a brief comment. We often hear that European investors are risk averse. I say that we are not different from anyone else. If we get the right incentives, we will make the right choices. So, as part of the SIU, we will also look at ways of opening up additional investment opportunities for retail investors. The large amounts we will be needing in the coming years to finance innovative EU companies and priorities like the green and digital transitions, the revamp of our industry, or our security and defense cannot and should not be satisfied by public funding alone. Sovereigns and quasi-sovereign institutions issued debt instruments that nowadays already finance many of such common priorities, but retail investors not always can participate. Together with the European Investment Bank, the European Stability Mechanism, and national promotional banks, we intend to explore the possibility of offering retail investors access to suitable financial products that allow them to contribute to the funding of EU priorities, taking a truly European approach. Diversified capital markets require investors with different risk profiles and risk appetite, and also with different time horizons. At the same time, in light of changing demographic trends, it is more important than ever for citizens to start planning and saving for retirement. This will be crucial to enable them to maintain, when retired, the levels of well-being they enjoyed while still in active work. Under the SIU, we will look at pensions through various angles, with the objective of delivering better performance for long-term savers and addressing the main challenges that are hindering the development and the scaling up of our pension markets. Because one thing is definitely true, there is not one single developed capital market without supporting pension funds. They always go hand in hand. So auto-enrollment in this camp has shown strong potential to increase the participation rates of workers in occupational pension schemes and to enhance returns to pension holders. Building on identified best practices, once again, and also lessons learned in the member states, we will present a recommendation to promote the use of this practice more widely across the EU. We will also explore pension tracking systems and pension dashboards. These tools allow savers to better understand what to expect at retirement and support them in their financial planning. The earlier we understand what to expect when retired, the easier it will be to smooth the transition from active life to retirement without compromising expectations and lifestyle. We will also look at the business side of pensions to assess the extent to which our regulation prevents more involvement of pension funds in capital markets as investors. Their long-term perspective and professional management of risks bring much-needed depth and liquidity to capital markets. On the other hand, if carefully managed, investments in equity and alternative asset classes can be a valuable component of institutional investors' portfolios, offering diversification and higher returns to the benefit of their clients. Member states should, in parallel, support and complement these measures and further develop their own supplementary pension sectors. The Commission stands ready to assist and guide Member states in that regard. And finally, we intend to review our European regulatory frameworks governing institutions for occupational retirement provision and the pan-European personal pension product to increase both their effectiveness and their attractiveness. The fourth dimension I mentioned above is financial literacy. Financial literacy empowers citizens to make informed decisions and allows them to understand the consequences and implications of their financial choices. Among our SIU actions is a commitment to present a financial literacy strategy to raise financial awareness and increase the participation of retail investors in capital markets. Our objective will not be to replace or crowd out existing national initiatives. It may be important to state that clearly. Through my visits to member states, I get a chance to discover the breadth of innovative and impactful strategies that are already being deployed today and the high level of motivation of the teams behind them. Only last week, I had the opportunity to participate in the launch event of the Belgium Money Week, which has had a really impressive turnout and a high level of penetration in Belgian schools. I also visited the Wikifin lab put in place by the Belgian Securities and Markets Authority, and if I may say, I was very, very impressed. And I'm actually telling everyone that they should look at this model and possibly copy it. It's incredibly successful and a very smart initiative. So our strategy will aim to build on existing success stories and leverage their full potential. We will aim to promote the exchange of best practices among member states, support better coordination and EU-wide coverage, and encourage further capacity building. All Europeans must be given the opportunity to learn the skills that will give them a chance to make better financial decisions and to build better financial futures. Ensuring that young people are provided with financial education in school can help shrink disparities in financial literacy due to differences in students' socioeconomic status. This will contribute to reducing income and wealth inequality when they become adults. But financial education is not just a topic for the young people. Citizens of all age groups are confronted with complex financial situations that will require them to understand the principles of sound budgeting, the consequences of borrowing, and the importance of long-term saving. This is particularly true for vulnerable groups who often face unique challenges that can make managing personal finances more difficult. We will therefore also provide further guidance on implementing the existing financial competence frameworks. But the consumer-centric approach of the SIU will be complemented by a number of additional measures aiming at an effective and efficient financing ecosystem. That ecosystem will build on facilitating investment and financing, fostering integration and scale, and ensuring efficient and unified supervision. Let me very briefly touch upon these three dimensions. To stimulate investments, particularly in critical sectors, the Commission will introduce initiatives aimed at improving capital availability and access for all businesses, including small and medium-sized companies. Too often, European companies, in particular young, innovative ones, have to look elsewhere for funding, and indeed, many of them choose to take their business outside Europe. We must create the conditions for them to stay and grow in Europe. To achieve this, we will work to reduce investment barriers for insurers, banks, and pension funds, making it easier to invest in equity and venture capital. We will also review EU securitization rules to free up resources and better support companies, bring private investment into public funding projects, and revise our rules on European venture capital funds. These actions will help create a more dynamic financial ecosystem, ensuring Europe remains a competitive and attractive place to do business. On integration and scale, our efforts will focus on reducing inefficiencies caused by fragmentation and removing barriers to cross-border operations of market infrastructures, asset management, and fund distribution. We have to promote operational efficiency in our markets because our companies are enabled to enjoy the scale and synergies of the single market. We do not have a single market in financial services. And this is costly and represents a competitive disadvantage for the EU. Fragmentation persists despite the existence of passports and advanced harmonization of the regulatory framework. We will present ambitious legislative proposals to remove barriers to cross-border operations of market infrastructures, asset management, and distribution of funds. This will enable financial market participants to grow efficiently across the EU and to lower costs of financial services for businesses and citizens. Furthermore, our work on supervision will focus on ensuring that all financial market participants receive similar treatment, irrespective of their location in the EU. We need strong and harmonized supervision to ensure the strength, stability, and integrity of EU capital markets. So the Commission will present a legislative proposal to achieve a more unified supervision of EU capital markets. This will include measures to strengthen convergence tools, but also will envisage transferring certain supervisory tasks from national to EU supervisors. So the Savings and Investments Union is not just a vision. It's a necessary step we must take to secure our future. In the coming months, we will drive these actions forward, prioritizing the most impactful measures in 2025 because time is of the essence. But the Commission cannot deliver on this on its own. Success will require a collective effort from Member States to the European Parliament, the private sector, and civil society. It is a shared responsibility, truly. If we work together, we can build a stronger, more competitive, and resilient European economy, offering attractive investment opportunities to our citizens and a broad range of funding options to our businesses. I would say the time is now. We are facing incredibly challenging times with developments that no one would have reasonably foreseen not so long ago. But this is also an extraordinary opportunity to build a stronger, more cohesive Europe to the benefit, first and foremost, of our citizens today and for the future. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
So I'm not all alone here. I think there's still one missing, but Sebastian, you want to sit there? Florian? I think we leave this chair open because he's a little bit late. Thank you. Yeah, next to me. Okay. Great. So, thank you very much. Here he is. I was already missing you, Ben. Happy to have you here. So, I'm very honored that I can moderate this wonderful panel. We have high-level speakers and panelists here this morning, and I'm extremely proud that we can have all kinds of different perspectives here. So let me first of all introduce our panelists. I start with Ben Grange. He is chairman of the Belgian Investor Association, VFB. So very happy to hear from you the retail investor side. Also warm welcome to Andrea Beltramello from the EU Commission. I know you have a hard position because we already heard a lot from our EU Commissioner. Very impressive and very interesting news. But I'm sure that you can go more into detail than she can, so we're very curious to find out more about it. I'm also honored to welcome from the Nasdaq Copenhagen, the president, Nikolai Kozakiewicz.
Well done.
Welcome. Okay, well, not as difficult, I think. I also welcome Florian, I have to look again, Pruker, who is the co-CEO of Scalable Capital. I'm sure he will explain later a little bit more about his company. And finally, a very warm welcome to Sebastian Kurps, who is managing the Vanguard Europe. He is the head of business development. So I think wonderful panel, excellent combination and composition. And to be honest, we have time until 11:40. And I very much welcome also your questions or comments. That would be great to have you as an active part. We have a lot of time left, so we have a lot of time for a discussion. And I would like to start immediately with the first question and maybe your statement, your view. We heard so much from the EU Commissioner on what is on next, but we would like to see and hear your view. What are the next steps from your point of view? And of course, I would like to prioritize. I would like to know, well, what is the most important from your view, second important, third important, and maybe we just start with a very brief statement from all of you on this topic. And who wants to start? Ben, you're looking like this. Please start.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. Very honored to be here. About 1 year ago, we were here as well, and we were then very happy with the just released LETA reports. This morning, again, we're always happy with the words of Ms. Albuquerque. That said, it seems to me that everybody finds their own goal and purposes in the SIU. And of course, our interpretation is that it is all about the retail investor. And we have found that while there are very nice words there, we have not experienced them as yet in the field. So the main purpose for us today is to confirm that these things are underway, and we hope to hear from the industry that indeed the protection, the level playing field, the transparency, the simplicity, the education are all still very much on the agenda. The regulatory framework, and of course I speak a little bit for my home market here in Belgium, is as yet not very conducive to getting more people involved in the economy of our country, in the economy of Europe. Our pension system is as yet not really efficient in the sense that it is very restricted in what it can do. And we feel that Europe-wide investment schemes might be more efficient. So we are still hoping to get all that in place. And your presence here today hopefully also puts some, maybe not pressure, but at least thought into the heads of our politicians to understand how important this is to everybody. The treatment of investors in Europe is often still a little bit on the negative side. It seems to be that all people who invest must be rich and selfish. And we are here to tell you that we are actually the most social participants in the economy that you might find. And that said, I would happily pass the word on.
Thank you. I take you at the end if you want, because it's probably better. So let me turn to Nikolai. Nikolai, I'm sure you have exact ideas what should be step number 1, 2, and 3. So maybe you can tell us and share this with us.
Yeah, maybe now is not the time to go too much into detail. So I think I'll start from a very high level, and first of all thank the Commission and also the Council for their strategic proposals on how we can build a savings and investment union. On top of that, I would say that now that we have the European focus on the savings and investment union, the need for growth and the need for competitiveness, now is the time for the local communities, now is the time for the local governments and parliaments to react and not sit idle. So I think for all all the 27 member states, it's now is the time to go back to your individual parliaments and have the discussion about putting SRU on the agenda. We've probably been a little bit preoccupied with wealth distribution. We've been very occupied with who gets what. Now we need to be focused on who can actually generate the benefit for the union going forward. It's a little bit of a bad timing, obviously, with the geopolitical unrest going on right now. When we have conversations with local governments around Europe, it's pretty clear that they are focused on the defense strategy right now. But I think we have a very good open opportunity to build a link between our defense funding need and the need for a savings and investment union, because basically pension assets are abundant, retail assets are abundant. We know the defense industry is in dire need of capital when it comes to the SME segment of the defense industry, and I think that's where we need to build the tie. So circling back to my original statement, it's important that each of the different 27 member states, they take the messages of the Commission, the Council, the Parliament, and they put it into action on a local level. And then on top of that, I think this is the primary purpose of the original statements made on Capital Market Union. It is to activate capital that enables SME growth, basically. I'm summing it up a lot. And you can't have a well-functioning primary market until you have a well-functioning secondary market. So when we think about what to do to stimulate investments into SME, to secure funding of SME companies, we also have to think about how we write directives and regulation that stimulates price formation, deep sources of liquidity on exchanges, MTFs, because otherwise we're kind of not fixing the plumbing while making sure there's water in the faucet. And that's what we need to do.
Florian, happy to hear your view on your priority list, and there are 2 micros, I think you can.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much for being here. I wanna start with a reflection of where we are, yeah, and then get to our priorities, because I mean sometimes we only look at the problems and don't look at what we have already achieved. The very fact that I am, as an Austrian, have been able to found a company in Germany which can now operate across multiple member states, and with millions of investors, means that we did a lot of things right, and we have, and we should say thank you to the institutions and to our people to make this happen. We have good stuff, like passporting, which allows us to operate in multiple markets. We have already in various areas a good common rule set, like MiFID, and with very good and straightforward principles. And now we need to think about what is required to go into the next phase, in particular to allow pan-European, scalable, pun intended, players to emerge. Yeah? And we heard the right things. The biggest barriers for us are around taxation. Yeah? And I'm not talking about tax-efficient wrappers, pension wrappers. They are important, but I mean, if you look into our home market, into Germany, we don't have good pension wrappers for retail investing. Yeah? All of our pension wrappers are gated by guarantees, by forced annuities. Yeah? So not stuff which is really open for investment firms. It's more like an insurance domain. Yeah? And still we have a very good and emerging retail participation. So we want pension wrappers, don't get me wrong. But there are, even with normally taxed accounts, big hurdles. So we have different capital gains regimes in every member state, and that will likely stay like that for a while because member states don't want to give up on this. But we should allow firms who operate in multiple markets to pay local taxes on behalf of their clients. That's not possible yet. Yeah, so if we want to open locally taxed accounts in Italy, we have to open a branch in Italy, even though we don't want to really have a branch network there. It's just registering a branch, having a couple of people there, so that you can basically locally withhold capital gains taxes in Italy. And if you add up the numbers and do this in 20 plus member states, it's not really a good business model. Yeah? It's not scalable. Thank you. And so while we urge and really chime into what has been said on basically harmonizing a pension framework across Europe with some common rules, hopefully very capital-oriented rules like no forced annuities, no forced capital guarantees, very open with regards to instruments in those pension wrappers, allow single stocks, allow ETFs, allow LTIFs in those wrappers, and not just force state funds in there, yeah, so to say, and really let people and their advisors, if they choose to, make the decisions in those wrappers. We think, yeah, a step further, one step before is really to also harmonize or allow access of member states to the local taxation rules, which is not possible right now. Yeah.
Okay, great. I share your enthusiasm, Florian, because sometimes we forget what we already reached, to be honest. Maybe we're always criticizing and say we could do better, but we have to admit that we already reached at least some degree of progress. Sebastian, curious to find out the vanguard position.
Yeah, always tough as the fourth in line to come up with something new. No, look, we at Vanguard, we share the political imperatives of the Savings and Investment Union, and you know, we know we need to deeper capital markets. We know we need to basically finance essential transitions in Europe. But since a lot's been said, I'm going to try to do this a bit different. So when I joined Vanguard in 2017, I met a gentleman in the United States who asked me, what are you going to be doing for Vanguard? And I said, I'm going to be building their German business. And he said, wow, that's a big opportunity. And you got to give those guys a fair deal. And I kind of thought about it, and I reflected on it today, and I was like, well, yeah, it is a big opportunity. And why is it a big opportunity? Because over 40% of household investments still sit in cash in Germany, and it's not very different across Europe. So yes, we haven't really got the buy-in from the citizens to invest in the capital markets. And then when I thought about a fair deal, and somebody's mentioned it before already, it's like, how do you create that level playing field? How do you get people to not pay over 2% for their investments? And we've done a study which actually proves that in Germany, with advice, you're paying well over 2% to actually participate. And that's just too expensive, especially when you've seen, you know, or potentially where returns will be going. So, you know, how do you move savers to investors? How do you get to that big opportunity? And I think that's where a lot's been mentioned. Tax optimization, tax incentivation are good ways to drive that. And I think it would help, and I'm happy to hear what we're thinking about in terms of savings and investment account initiatives. And then from a level playing field perspective, pension reforms, modernizations of pension systems, and it's been mentioned, is a fantastic way to drive that forward. You will get more long-term financing into the, for companies on that matter. You will be able to, you know, have European citizens have more for the retirement. And basically the goal has to be, and we calculated it, in Europe, we have 11 trillion of untapped potential, or let me call it unproductive capital, which is just sitting there. And if we can move that in a correct way, in an efficient way, and in a responsible way into the capital markets, that's what we need to do. And I think then we can master some of the challenges that are ahead of us.
Thank you very much. I think after these introductory statements, it's clear that we have at least 4 topics that we should deeply discuss in this panel. Tax incentives, pension reform is one of it. What can we do to promote SMEs? That's the second topic. financial literacy, of course, that's always interesting, also from the retail investor side, and costs. I mean, something you mentioned, which is very important from the retail investors' side. But let me turn to our representative from the EU Commission, who has really a hard position here. I mean, we were extremely happy to hear Commissioner Albuquerque to speak about this European savings account, because that's something we would like to promote too. And of course, the question is, which already was covered by some of the panelists, how should it look like? What can we do all together? And maybe you can give us a little bit more details on this issue.
Yes, good morning. First of all, thank you for having me in this panel. Indeed, it's a bit hard to speak after my boss. She said already a lot, and she did it in a very eloquent way, so it's a bit difficult for me now to, let's say, give you more in terms of the political vision. I think that's very clear from the Commission intervention, so I'm happy indeed to say a bit more about what exactly we will be doing in the next months. And since we were talking about priorities, and then I'll get to your specific question, I think it's pretty clear if you see our communication that everything is a priority, because all the action, or the large part of the measures that the Commission wants to push forward will actually be front-loaded to this year. And with a few actions that will come next year, just because it was impossible, physically impossible for us in DG FISMA and in the Commission to prepare everything, such a compressed timeline. But I think that really gives a good and concrete illustration of the sense of urgency that we all feel, and that we all want to really push forward the Savings and Investment Union, seeing how important this is for our priorities. And I also want to, if you allow me, just say that I fully agree with Florian when he says that there are lots of good things that are successful in the UN. I think we tried also to recognize that in the communication, from talented workforce, very skilled workforce, but also if you look specifically at our financial markets, we always bash ourselves and also we compare ourselves with the US, with the UK, but we have a lot of strengths also in our financial markets. We need to build on that without being complacent, because there are a lot of things that we can improve, as Florian also recognized, and also the other panelists. But turning now to your specific questions, you asked about savings and investment accounts. I think for us, this is really part of the broader picture that retail investors are front and center in the Savings and Investment Union. This is something that is very important for the Commissioner. She made it very clear this morning. And even if we have a specific, let's say, work stream or heading in our strategy, which is about citizens and savings, in fact, if you read the communication, you see there will be a common thread across all the different work streams we are working on, and it's the end investors, the importance of the end investor. Even in some areas which may sound a bit more esoteric and a bit more far, let's say, from the daily lives of a saver, of households, such as how the market works, right? The single market, the integration of financial markets. But ultimately, as the Commissioner said, by removing barriers in the single market, including tax barriers, but also really in how financial market operators function, how financial market infrastructure functions, ultimately, in an indirect way, admittedly, but also in a concrete way, you can have better services, cheaper services. So all of this is really to the interest of the retail investors. But when it comes to, let's say, more consumer-facing actions that we have, indeed, the savings and investment account is something we really want to promote. So why is that? Well, because we see that there is a lot of potential in using these wrappers, these accounts, as a way to offer more choice to citizens, to have simple, easy way to approach capital markets, to do it in a way which is also low cost for them to do, but still giving them a wide choice of investment products, diversification, and so on. Also using all the digital tools and all the opportunities that are offered by technology. And we see that there are many successful examples of such accounts in some member states, but also internationally. We've been talking to colleagues in Canada, in Japan, in the US, and elsewhere to also learn about their experience with these accounts. And we see that there is a lot of potential still to develop these tools in the EU. And that's why we've been working a lot with the member states, collecting best practices, also speaking to industry, to investors, and try to understand whether there are best practices that we can replicate and really recommend to all the member states so that we can really make sure that these tools are available to all citizens in the EU and not only some of them. Of course, tax incentives are an important element. We cannot deny that. And we see that tax incentives are often a successful ingredient of these wrappers. We know also that we have very limited competence in the EU in terms of what we can do with tax. We cannot harmonize. We don't have the very strong powers to harmonize these tax incentives. But we can definitely recommend to member states the best ways to use those incentives for citizens to access those wrappers. So the idea is that we want to move very fast on this, and we will want to come forward with what the Commissioner defined, a sort of blueprint for such a savings and investment account already in the third quarter of this year. And we will soon be also reaching out to industry, again, to member states and to citizens, representatives and investors to see how we can translate the experience, the work on the ground into those recommendations.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for this interesting insight. How can we enhance retail participation? And that's why I look to you, Ben. You are the representative of the retail investor. So tell me, let's start with something like financial literacy, financial education. Is that an important part of the cake?
Well, as our dear colleague here says, everything is connected. If you don't understand it, then you're going to fear it. And because financial education is throughout Europe fairly low, although there are some countries where apparently more initiatives have been in place for a long time, and we see exactly that. A larger percentage of the savings is then activated. So yes, indeed, we should start there, and we should start young. We advocate that it should already be in high school. We very much appreciate our national competent authority who organizes the Money Week. We participate in that. We do a lot ourselves. For instance, tomorrow we will have some 2,000 retail investors gathering in Ghent, and we call this a manifestation. But manifestations of investors are hardly at the expense of other people. I came by train this morning. We do not believe that that is the correct way to manifest yourself at the expense of others. I just wanted to say that because I was late arriving here by train. The thing is that you say we don't want to compare with the US. That might be very possible. I would not want to live there at this point in time. But access to investments, there are 5 different channels. Before this, I worked at Morningstar. These 5 channels are simply not available to investors here. We have to go through a bank. We have to go through an advisor. While in the US, there is one market, and we can go straight to the asset manager, straight to the exchange, straight to the company. And this eliminates a number of hurdles. Also, different markets, different exchanges. Some products you can buy at one platform, the other one you need to open an account at another platform. The registration of such instruments, if we find them to be very interesting, they are simply not necessarily available to us. And as you say, the taxation, the fiscal incentives, we feel, and this might be strange in Belgium because we know we all love to not pay taxes, but the fact that we love fiscal incentives so much is a testament to a lack of financial education, because finding the best way to invest for your purpose would be better independent of such fiscal incentives. So yes, we would start with financial education. That should tackle the misallocation of funds. Misallocation is maybe a strong word because we do believe that savings also help banks put money out back into the economy. Still, given the wealth gap, given the pension gap, a better allocation of funds, a better diversification of financial instruments would help a lot to solve a number of problems. As indeed the investment in SMEs for the simple reason that most Belgian companies would qualify as an SME.
Thank you, Ben. Financial education, I mean, I'm 33 years in the business, and I think we are talking 33 years about financial education. It's cool, whatever. But maybe things changed, and now with neo-brokers and robo-advisors, things are differently, and young people approach financial education differently. So maybe, Florian, you can tell us a little bit, how do the young people do that?
So when I learned to cycle a bike, I didn't read a book about it. My parents put me on a bike, I crashed, got up again, cycled, crashed, and then third time I was on the go. And while I'm not saying every retail investor should crash their portfolio to zero, I think learning by doing is a very important thing. And I think it's a bit pointless to over-regulate young people with very small amounts, because sometimes, I mean, let them play. My first stock purchase, a US penny stock, went down to zero, cost me some money, but it probably saved me more money for the rest of my financial life than if I had basically read a long book about it, because I realized not all your eggs in one basket, diversify, don't just listen to some random internet forum. And yeah, I mean, this is also what we are seeing on our platform. The young people, they have way healthier portfolios than sometimes we hear from some meta studies. Like if you look at our own data, we see that the young people, they have the most healthy portfolios, the most diversified, the highest share of ETFs. This is what we see with the young people. Yes, they also have some crypto in there, but the portfolios of those young people are quite healthy. Almost everyone has a monthly savings plan, so they are cost averaging into the market, usually in broadly diversified indices. So they are on a good track, and the most important thing, I think, which triggered this financial education by doing is really accessibility. So remove all the hurdles, and it's not just us, and we have other players in the room. So you can do savings plans from €1 a month. A bit pointless. I mean, you're not building a big wealth with €1 a month, but starting with a small amount, you see it every day, you get excited about it, you feel the emotions when it's going down, you start being able to bear some of those risks. And this will save you from a lot of headaches later in life when you have substantial money in there. So having accessibility to the capital markets, making it not too complicated, give those investors the tool to build healthy portfolios, I think is a very important step in financial education, because not everyone wants to read books or listen to long lectures. But still, many do, and that's what we see in the social media world, and there's this whole topic about influencers, and it has a bit of a negative spin, but we should also accept that lots of good platforms have emerged through self-selection. Like people don't want to listen to trash at scale. So what you see is on YouTube or Instagram, it's the good channels which tend to prevail. Those who produce good content where clients learn something, and while we need to make sure that we filter out the bad actors, and ensure that there is transparency, like who is paying you for this video, and like have some common rules. Like in general, that's a good thing, because we won't bring the advisor back to the youth. They are not interested in talking to advisor.
But maybe a short question: how do you, as an investor, how do you recognize that this finfluencer is serious?
I mean, through the very same tools, which basically also filter out trustworthy media from non-trustworthy media. I mean, it's basically, you see it from their metrics, you see it from the recommendations, you see it from consumer organizations who point out the bad actors. And like what I see in our home market, at least, is really that the platforms with the most biggest reach, like Finanztipp, Finanzfluss, and some others, they're great actors, and they haven't been They are not there because some public authority gave them a driving license. You are the good player and hence you are allowed to do this. They emerged because good content and the fair treatment attracts lots of viewers, and people learn something and then they use it and recommend it to their friends. But sorry.
If I may add, engagement, not just of the investor, but the fact that they are willing to debate. We have a young man from Belgium who in about 2 years' time reached about 1 million followers worldwide, simply because he says, this is my analysis, challenge me. And everybody likes to challenge. All investors have the bias that they're smarter than the market, but the fact that they're willing to be challenged. And when an advisor tells you an absolute truth, that is when people put their heels in the sand.
So learning by doing is a good, yeah, sure.
Can I just add to that?
But maybe you take a mic.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I absolutely agree with everything that was said, but maybe sometimes we should also leave it up to the professionals. Adults in the room. We have imposed on investment banks and banks in general a concept of a research ban generally. So it's in exchange of commission, you can no longer provide research to buy side. We have all this brain equity and brain trust sitting at the banks that are extremely capable, extremely used, and extremely willing to provide financial research of individual companies. Why don't we allow them to do that one more time? Because they might have, they might have already written the research. It's just that they cannot disseminate it because it might be sponsored research. It might be under some sort of different embargo. I just think that if we can go back to the times from which we could actually pay for research via commission, both the buy side and the retail community would get access to a ton of more capable people and investment advice, but also background material that provides forward-looking statements. But as long as they have the right disclaimer, i.e. that this is sponsored research as opposed to non-sponsored research, I think that delivers sufficient investor protection. But that at least gives you somebody who's not too much of a fancy finfluencer. Is that the word? Finfluencer? I think so. Yeah, No. I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention.
I think it's a very valid point, and as always, we say it's a matter of transparency. So you have to see as an investor that there is a conflict of interest, that there might be commissions being paid, so you know exactly where it's coming from. So that's, I think, the most important thing. It's the same with the finfluencer. You know, I have to see where does he make his money, because then I understand his business model. But Sebastian, learning by doing is one approach. What is your experience with the financial education?
Well, as you can tell from my accent, I did spend some time in the States, and learning by doing, or I like to call it practice, beats theory. And look, we've talked about pension reforms, and we've talked about how we get people into the capital markets, and pension reforms is one way. I didn't go to school in the US and somebody said, oh, here, you're in 10th grade, I'm going to tell you how capital markets work. No, I didn't get that. But we all kind of feel like in the US, for some reason, people have a better financial acumen than we do here. I'm not even sure they do. But they are engaging with the capital markets because they're given the opportunity to do so through an efficient pension system with which you get your statement at the end of every quarter, which shows, hey, how am I participating in the market? How is the market working for me? And I've got a selection of certain products that I can choose from that will help me in my retirement. Now, there is a qualified approach there as well now, where you're trying to actually put some quality measures on those products in the 401k space, for instance, which then is potentially guiding investors into something that might make sense for them in the long term. But in general, I'm just saying, through the participation in the markets, that's where you're getting your financial education. You're engaging with it, and that's how you grow with it. So taking it back to a level higher, I think that's something that would definitely boost financial education in Europe.
Okay. Anything from your point of view? I mean, financial education is very national, usually because of the language and everything, and the different cultures, but nevertheless, it is also an issue at the EU Commission, I guess.
Yes, I think you mentioned that we've been hearing and talking about financial education for decades. Yes. But here is an anecdote. In the first Capital Markets Union Action Plan in 2015, I'm not sure, so you need to fact check me afterwards. I don't think we really talk about financial education or financial literacy. I can come clean, I was involved in drafting the action plan, so I'm not blaming others, I'm also blaming myself for that. And I think part of the reason is precisely because we've seen it for a long time as anything that has to do with education policy, as something that really is for the member states and that we can coordinate, facilitate, but we don't really change, let's say, with directives, regulation at European level. But I think this has changed, this attitude, and it's not by accident that in the mission letter of Commissioner Albuquerque, so the letter that President von der Leyen sent to her to entrust her mission as commissioner for the next 5 years, financial education, financial literacy is singled out. I don't think this was ever done before. I mean, maybe with Commissioner McGuinness before, but I mean, if I go back in time, I do think this is a major change. And I think it's an important change because financial literacy is not something you can change with, let's say, mandating and regulation. It's something you really need to build. And the EU can have a role, I think, although member states are mainly in charge, but we can help. We can try to influence or, let's say, recommend how school curriculum should be designed, because I strongly believe that this has to start from when people are young, and really learning some basic concepts. Given how low the level of financial literacy is in the EU, we really need to start from when people are in young age. Again, it's responsibility of member states to design school curricula, but we can help and we can guide them. We can work together. We have developed, for example, with the OECD, some competencies framework for financial literacy, and so we can also promote those. And at, let's say, more adult, I don't want to say older, but more adult, you can also have an impact. And there, I think, it's not only about education or lifelong learning, it's also about awareness raising. And I think this is also, now, usually we talk about financial education, but when it comes to literacy, for me, it's a broader concept. And it also has to do with, let's, make people more aware of the opportunities of capital markets that, as Commissioner said, people still see it as a casino, right? As, they say investing and immediately think about speculation. And so awareness raising, it must be part of financial literacy. And again, that's where the EU can help. We can work with member states, but also with national associations, consumer associations, support them, coordinate. And all of this will be part of the financial literacy strategy that we will be putting out at the same time as we will put out this blueprint for savings and investment accounts.
Thank you, Andrea. Maybe I have to correct myself. The 33 years that I talk about financial education is mainly in Germany at the national market, not as much in the EU market. I agree with you. I think that's a new aspect. But I think, Nikolai, you wanted to...
Yeah, I just wanted to say something on the point that Andrea made. And by the way, I completely agree. But I think we need to focus on what kind of financial literacy we're trying to build. So, in Belgium, in Sweden, in Denmark, in various member states, we've tried to put financial literacy on the educational agenda. But I also sometimes see that some of the mechanics and some of the systems and processes that are being used are a little bit risky because they speak to the fact that it needs to be fun and it needs to be gamified. And investments are not about games, if you ask me. You need to take it really seriously. And if you think about other topics that are taught in school, it's not like you go into a physics class and here's some gas, and if you put a flame to it, it explodes. They kind of tend to tell you the background for why it's flammable. And so for the schools, they also need to be responsible of teaching you the background. It's not about if you buy 10,000 euros worth of X and it goes up by 10%, you will have made 1,000 euros. You need to explain what is a company, what is a bond. You need to explain finance. And you can do it high level, but you need to explain the concept of owning a piece of equity in a company that generates a cash flow with which gives you a right to the future cash flow and the future earnings. It needs to be at that level, because otherwise you're not going to be doing anyone any favors. So gamification, it's great, it's fun, but you need to show them a little bit of background.
Sebastian.
I just want to make one point on that, because I think we're talking a lot about education, except Florian, you touched on it in a bit of a different way, in a push mechanism. And that's kind of what we've done over the last 30, 40 X years, where you went to your bank advisor and he educated you about how you should be investing. We didn't really get it through schools, but even if you got it through schools, we went through a push mechanism. It's changing. We're going into a pull world. And that's what Florian describes. People are pulling their own information off new, let's say, digital platforms, through the digitalization. Now it's influencers. We know what's next. It's going to be AI. You're going to have kids just putting into their chat GPT, what does my optimal portfolio look like? And it'll spit something out. It's going to be a real challenge, but also a real opportunity to manage that pull channel, because it's going to be much more powerful, I believe. And I think the one thing that we can control there is the right transparency. But the right transparency needs to move into understanding. And I think for me, MiFID II was great at trying to create transparency on the cost side. Did it work? No. Because we didn't get the understanding. It was packed somewhere in a lot of documentation, and it wasn't really in your face, and people still don't understand what they're paying for. So transparency is very, very important for us to gain trust and make sure this pull mechanism works right. And we need to ensure that this transparency is then correctly understood.
Can I maybe add one thing and then tie into your next topic? I have to admit, I'm not a professional investor. I'm actually a psychologist. I needed to find a place where the crazy people didn't have too many problems with being crazy, and the financial world is wonderful for that. So when do people learn? When they're interested. I was a guest lecturer in the US on a class on financial planning. The difference to me in Europe and the US is identity. They all see themselves as an investor. I had a conversation yesterday with a gentleman of 67 years old, and he said, I just started investing. But he's been investing all his life, except he doesn't see himself as an investor because his pension savings and his benefits plan at his employer isn't considered to be investing. So the message that we want to send out from a young age to anybody and everybody is everybody's an investor. You are an investor. You're investing your money, your time, you're just not doing it efficiently, and we want to help you doing it better. And if you take that as step one, as you say, the transparency of the information is important, but you only learn when you have an interest in learning. So step one is making sure everybody understands you already are an investor. There's nothing negative about it.
Good point. Any questions from the audience? Yeah, we have one. Do we have a microphone for the lady there?
Hello, good morning. My name is Anna Martin from BEOC, the European Consumer Organization. I would like to actually challenge you a bit on this enthusiasm about financial education, because we are looking now very much into silos on retail investment markets, but BEOC is working across sectors, and we hear education in all different sectors, and there are enormous expectations on consumers to understand all different things. My digital colleagues are telling me that consumers should understand the algorithm system so that they know how the system is working and how is it tricking them. I'm hearing a lot about payment fraud as well, that consumers should understand how different fraud scenarios are working. We have my energy colleagues who are telling me that the industry is telling them that consumers should look into how their energy contract works, how variable versus fixed versus dynamic contracts work. So, and the food colleagues, and I could go on, and that creates a bit of a full-time job, to be honest. And I'm wondering if we are on the right path, because okay, we can teach people basic concepts, how to manage your budget, what is risk volatility, these kind of things, but really understanding which is the right product for you. I do see it much more in the role of advisors. When you are sick, you're going to the doctor. When you have a legal problem, you're going to a lawyer. Why in financial services, when you want to invest, you're not getting an independent financial advisor? So perhaps can we drive this discussion again a bit more in this direction?
Sure, we will try. Florian.
No, I'm happy to take that. In particular, the last part, the independent financial advisor for the majority of our clients doesn't exist. You can't pay this person. Yeah, the hourly rate of an employee in Europe is just too high to get one-to-one advice for people who have a few €100, a few €1,000 a year to set aside. It just doesn't work. It's the wrong model. And we should also stop calling those people advisors. Most of them are salespeople. The independent advisors you can't pay. You can't pay with a few €100, a few €1,000. You're not able to pay those people. And to be honest, you also don't need to. Yeah, because most people's lives are not that complicated that they need super complicated financial solutions. Yeah, the majority of our clients, and it's not different at other investment platforms, whether it's in the US at Vanguard or Fidelity or in Europe at the Trade Republics and Scalables, most clients have rather simple lives and they do very well setting aside a certain proportion of their income into a couple of funds, maybe a few stocks they believe in, and just let it go. Yeah, and that's not something which requires everyday attention. It's not set and forget completely. Yeah, if you have life events, yeah, getting married, you're getting kids, obviously you should spend some time, maybe an afternoon, on a rainy afternoon on Sunday, yeah, to revisit whether your overall strategy still works. But not everyone needs to become a day trader. Yeah, and so basically those who need financial education because they want to become more engaged in the capital markets, they should have obviously access to good, high-quality information, and we should also review those rules, I agree. But most people, it's over-engineered, and it's because a lot of people are earning a lot of money in the chain, but most people don't need that form of advice.
Okay, any further comments, Nikolai, on this?
No, I absolutely agree, is what I wanted to say. I absolutely agree, but I also want to say that I completely respect the fact that being a consumer and being an investor is getting ever more complicated, but that's just the nature of the world today that we live in. We used to only have to worry about getting food on the table and warm clothes on our backs. Right now we live in a much more complicated world, and now we need to pay attention to a lot more things. And I also think that we've been a little bit complacent when it comes to the matter of both insurance and also pensions. It's something you just stick underneath your pillow and you sleep with it, and you are used to not having to worry about it. But Florian and I, we were just talking about before, whispering. I think it would be a little bit of an epiphany if we told investors the concept of compounding. And if we told them that they, in fact, did this very early on in their life, what would be their financial capability once they got into retirement. I think in the past in Europe, we've been a little bit complacent due to the fact that we were under the impression that local governments would take care of us. I don't think that's going to be the case going forward, necessarily. So we need to rely on our US equivalents of 401k. We need to focus more on self-funding Pillar 2 investment plans as opposed to Pillar 1 pension plans, which in some countries are very effective, but not that many. And also Pillar 3 pension or Pillar 3 retirement plans. And in order to do that, I think probably the silver bullet for me, or what worked on my own family and my own near community, is the concept of compounding and showing them if you do exactly what Florian is suggesting, if you do exactly what Sebastian is offering, you can get into a very comfortable position if you are when you grow older. And I think that's what people don't really understand. My kids, at least, were like, "Where do I sign up?" when I explained it to them.
Yeah, sure. I'm just going to briefly touch on one comment that you made. You said when you're sick, you go to the doctor. and you're right. My dream would be is that just to invest, you're not sick. It's everyday life. You're basically looking to stay healthy. You're basically looking to make simple, smart investment decisions, which shouldn't be complex, which should be transparent, and which should be quite inherent in how you do it correctly. That would be the dream scenario. And I think, you know, people like Scalable are shaping the access to this in a very productive way. So we're getting more people to invest in the capital markets in a sensible way. Savings plans in Germany have gone from 600,000, 10 years ago or even less, 8 years ago, to over 10 million now. So there's a good movement there. There's a lot of positive there. I'm gonna be positive about the advisor. I think there's a huge importance for good advice, but that picks up when complexity picks up. That picks up when people feel like they need advice. And in many cases, when we speak with advisors, and we actually do train advisors through a program that we do at Vanguard, you know, we hear, where are your clients coming from? Oh, they're actually coming from the Scalables of this world after they've amassed maybe a couple €100,000, and they're like, wow, I need to think about different aspects now. I need to think about inheritance. I need to think about maybe tax optimization. I need to think about how I actually navigate a little bit more complex world for me now. I'm going to go get advice. We still have a lot to do on advice. There's still a lot of conflict of interest out there. We know that. There's not that great trust in the advice world, but we have studied that through advice, you can gain, through good advice, you can gain 2 to 3% of extra performance in terms of what an advisor can get you if he's doing a nice and good holistic advice. But it has to be holistic advice, and it can't be push, sell. And that's something that we need to work on in the industry with advisors.
So one comment from Andrea, and then I think Ola has it.
Yeah, very quickly. No, I don't want to give the impression that financial literacy and education is the silver bullet. I mean, the classic caveat emptor principle, you know, doesn't apply in financial services in the same way as it applies for other types of sales and promotions, right? And the fact that we need good level of financial literacy does not take away the fact that you still need to have the possibility for people to get good value for money products, to have disclosures and information which is done in a way that does not flood them with papers and batteries of tests, as the commissioner was saying. But still, so one thing does not exclude the other, and really I don't want to give the impression now that financial literacy will solve all the problems that we have. On the other hand, I think things like compounding, the power of compounding, how many people do not understand it, and such a basic and important principle, right, for investment. Even calculating the impact that 1 percentage point difference in fees can make on your investment. I mean, these are things that, you know, we should really have everybody understand, because then it makes it easier for people to let that information that they get sink in without, you know, taking away the fact that that information has to be given in a very transparent way, and that the products have to be good value for money to begin with. So, yeah, one thing does not exclude the other. We have to act on all these axes. I agree.
Thank you. Ola, please.
Just quickly on the issue of advice. I mean, I agree to a certain extent with all the panelists and with what they said. It would be ideal, of course, if people did not need advice, if they would be financially literate, and if they could just use simple tools, and hopefully with the blueprint for ISK, we are going to soon have such a tool, not only in Sweden. However, we should not really kid ourselves. I mean, not everybody is financially literate enough, and I would say bold enough and confident enough to just go on a platform and invest. And this is evidence because many people do not invest. And also we had a study from the European Commission in 2018, and it clearly showed that most of people, when they want to invest, they do go to advisor. I mean, they think they're going to advisor. They are normally going to a salesperson in the bank, and they are being advised. I mean, they're not being advised. They're being sold some products from the portfolio from the bank. The problem also is that most of these people are not aware about the potential conflicts of interest. They are not aware not only about the fact that they are actually would be able to afford this couple hundred of euros of independent advice. They are paying much more in trailing commissions over the years. And Better Finance, in our position on retail investment strategy, we have a case study. We did a case study on the French market. We have compared somebody who has around 10,000 euros to invest. And what do they get when they go and buy a product from a conflicted bias advisor? And what do they get when they pay, I think, 450 euros for, let's say, 2 hours of independent advice? And they're so much better off if they pay for independent advice. So I would say, I hope with the ISK and with a simple tool like that does already also the tax declaration for people, it will change. They will start to invest like in Sweden. They will start to discuss investments, but we are not there. And just the research and the survey from Poland from last year shows that 70% of Polish people do not know what stocks are. So they've heard about them, they don't know what they are, and they do not invest, and they don't intend for the time being to invest. So, of course, tax incentives are great. They can be used to incentivize people. But I think for the time being, also member states really need to think about a little bit advice as well.
Absolutely. Great point. Let's turn to the next topic, and I think we come back to the speech of the Commissioner Albuquerque. She said European investors are often seen as risk adverse, which is quite interesting. And she rightly mentioned, in my point of view, but this is just a matter of the right incentives. So let's talk about what are the right incentives to mobilize retail investors, and what, for example, can we do with pension reforms, in which direction can we go to mobilize the capital that we will need in the next years? You want to start, Ben?
Simply said, in an attempt to protect retail investors, the interpretation of risk is completely wrong in the way that media or government or regulator talks about it. When an 18-year-old goes to a bank and says, I want to invest in stocks, they say you cannot because you don't have any experience. You should start with our fund. How is he going to gain experience in stocks if he's not allowed to invest in stocks? Secondly, long-term investor. At that age, he has an horizon of over 50, 60 years. Why would he not invest in stocks? To reply to Björk, the capacity for learning of human being is luckily limitless as long as they're interested. And let's never waste a good crisis. The fact that we have a crisis means that there's a lot of incentive to learn.
Okay. Any further comments on what can we do? What will be the right incentives to mobilize the market?
Well, we're going through a lot of debate in Germany on the pension reform, so we're probably both on top of this one a little bit. But in the end, I think what's important to me is one, acceptance of a potential pension product needs to be gained, and something that always scares me off is guarantees. Because I think guarantees are expensive, they swallow a lot of performance, and in the end, you don't really know what you're investing into. And a lot of the system is guaranteed already. Our first pillar in Germany is 100% guaranteed. The second pillar is mostly guaranteed. It's all defined benefit. And now, there's the debate on the third pillar, should we guarantee this as well? When the incentives that are being talked about are something like 4,000 euros that you can save into this account on a year, where I'm just like, well, what do we need another guarantee there? Also, when we have relatively good healthcare systems in place as well, that could be deemed as a guarantee in a way. So, I think guarantees to me are something that would lower acceptance, not get younger individuals to invest in this pension, and basically lower returns. So that's something that I would not be for. I think a forced annuity is another thing that I think would lower acceptance. If you're going to have a lifelong annuity on something and you're 20-something years old, you're going to sit there and think twice about, do I want a lifelong annuity on this, or will I just not take the tax benefit and make sure I have that flexibility? And it was mentioned earlier from the Commissioner, everybody is and has a different scenario, life scenario in which they're in. Flexibility needs to be there. I also think transferability is important in the second pillar, for instance, where transferability is extremely difficult, and in the end you're caught in a bunch of old contracts. That's not the future. Of course, if we could do transferability across Europe, that would be even better. I know there's a lot of complexities because of the nature of regional taxation, but that would be something that would be a big plus. But those are some of the key things that I think we need to think about, how we gain acceptance, how we get people to invest long-term without leaving too much on the table through aspects like guarantees.
Okay, Nikolai, Florian, you want to?
Yeah, so I'd like to talk about two levels of incentives. One is the incentive to drive more retail participation, but I'd rather turn it around and talk about the disincentives that are out there right now and just removing those. So high capital gain tax as an example, ineffective tax structures where you actually pay before you realize your tax gains, those are just stupid if you ask me. And they should be repealed and they should be simple. And one of the reasons why the Swedish ISK is so successful is because it's simple. Everybody understands it as a debit taxation, which is very transparent. It's very predictable. It's based on your account balance going in and going out. Super simple to manage. You don't have to think about when to realize a gain. And that's what happens in most other capital gain structures around the world, basically, is that it's based on realization. So when you realize, you have to think about how much tax do I then have to pay. So the simplicity of the Swedish ISK account is what's really making it really good. And then obviously when it comes to retail money activation, it also needs to be completely not paying attention to which asset class you invest in. It doesn't have to be stock specifically. It doesn't have to be ETFs. It doesn't have to be fixed income products. It can be whatever it needs to be. But there also needs to be some symmetry with capital gain tax or taxation on real estate assets. And Andrea and I were talking about this before. In many European countries, there's a complete asymmetry between how you are getting taxed on your returns on real estate gains versus financial assets. And that needs to be symmetrical across, because otherwise you end up seeing retail investors not going into the financial markets and focused on real estate assets. And then I think we also need to talk about incentives for on pensions as an example. I think we need to provide the pension asset with the pension assets, i.e. the pension funds and the asset owners, with some sort of incentive that drives investments into SMEs. So it's not just about the Savings and Investment Union is not only about activating investors, it's also about making sure that there's channelization of that funds into the SME segments. And in order to do that, you need to make sure that pension funds are maybe incentivized to actually commit some capital into SMEs.
Thank you. Andrea and then Florian.
No, just wanted to add to what Nicola said on the simplicity. I think it's a key point, and I don't think I stressed it enough when I spoke about savings and investment account earlier. So when we talk about tax incentives, we immediately think about, you know, the discount that we get, let's say, in terms of capital gains, or there are many other models in which you can give incentives, tax incentives to these kind of investments. But equally important, if not even more important, is the simplicity, right? I mean, as a citizen, a retail investor, you don't want to spend a lot of time navigating the forms that you have to fill in, and how am I going to get, or, you know, I'm even afraid that maybe I'm doing it wrong and then I have a problem with the taxman. So the most successful accounts are also those that make it very simple and automatic for people to fulfill their tax obligations. And I think that's an absolutely must for the success of these tools. And speaking about pensions, and interestingly again, and basically every single topic we touched upon today, the Commission, the EU level doesn't have a very strong, let's say, competence in that area, and it's very much for the member states to bring forward reforms. And I think that also speaks to a more general point on the fact that Savings and Investment Union cannot be built from Brussels alone, and we really need the member states also to do their part, and this is something that we really want to work together with them to make the reform happen on the ground. So pensions, one of such examples. I mean, we can do some things at European level. We have the Pan-European Personal Pension Product, you know, as part of an incentive. If you want to have people invest more for the long term, we will amend the rules for the PEP to make it more effective. The same, we can amend the rules on occupational pension funds, also the Commissioner mentioned it earlier, but the reality is that this is not enough. And if we want to act more, let's say, on the increasing the pension pool available in the member states, then we need to act on things like auto-enrollment, which can be a very powerful way, again, an incentive for people to go more into supplementary pensions, and the transparency. So all these tools like pension dashboards, tracking systems that allow people to really see where they stand at a particular point in time on building the savings, the retirement funds that they will need to continue maintaining a certain lifestyle when they retire. All these are the right incentives also on the side of pensions. And again, I cannot stress more than these are not things that we can regulate from Brussels. These are things that have to happen on the member states, as many others of these incentives that we're talking about.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very important point, because when we talk about tax incentives and the reforms of the pension system, that's of course something that the member states have to take care of. But I think it would be a great step if the EU Commission publishes the gold standard or the blueprint for these systems. And I think this would help a lot, even though it's a national issue. Florian and then Ben? Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the question was also about how, about risk-taking and allowing investors to take risk. And I think this is quite a generational opportunity we are having here right now. And I'm seeing very good vibes in the paper, also in the speech of the commissioner. And it's about letting people decide a bit more again in what they want to invest into, yeah? Because there was a big trend with regards to investor protection, which really led to less and less products. And some of this has a good outcome, yeah? I mean, people are buying ETF and index funds, and that's a good core part of portfolios. But it also has very, very bad side effects. And those are about a big funding gap, which is opening up. It started with the SMEs. But now that the funding gap opened up really on the highest level, yeah, the member states need the money, the European Union needs the money, the corporates need the money. We are seeing a shift where basically policymakers understand if we want to pair investors with the issuers, yeah, we need to allow a broader investor group, including retail investors, to invest into those products. Yeah? So right now, you can invest into hardly any corporate bond in Germany, yeah? Because the issuers stopped registering them for retail. There is so much paperwork for a rather small group of investors compared to all the institutional investors that they just stopped issuing the bonds in the relevant format. Yeah?
And they don't publish a key ID. That's very simple then.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And then you saw a similar effect with public companies. There are less and less public companies. A company like ours, 30 years ago, it would be public already. We have no plans to go public. Yeah? Like if you talk to investment bankers, they say, like, you need to have a market cap of 5 billion plus to make it worthwhile. Otherwise, you won't get research coverage for the reasons you outlined. You won't get added to the index funds. And so basically, we need to tackle it from both sides. Yeah? And we see a lot of good things now happening on the investor side to balance the investor protection with the needs, with the funding needs of the economy. We see good debate on taxation and tax incentives. But we also need to make sure that we have the issuers in Europe again, which basically receive all of that capital. It hurts me every day to look into our dashboard and see how much money is leaving the continent every day. Yeah, I mean, if you buy an MSCI World, it's 60-70% is US. 60-70%. That's the most bought product on any digital platform, is a FTSE All World or MSCI World ETF. Every click, every 100 euro savings rate of every European investor, 60 euros going to the US. Yeah? And you see it in the single stocks the same. Yeah? It's just a much more attractive opportunity set you have there, just quantity-wise. Yeah? I mean, I'm not talking about quality. There are great companies in Europe, but there are less and less companies going public. In the US, we see a similar trend, and we need to turn the trend around. in general, it's probably not something which we completely flip upside down. So there is this other big trend where the European Union had good answers on. It's the whole private markets trend. Yeah. If less and less companies are public, we need to make sure that investors have access to those opportunities in the private markets as well. And the different forms of the LTIF, of infrastructure and private equity and private debt are a very good step in the right direction. And we should make sure that those instruments are eligible for those tax incentivized wrappers, which are now emerging.
Nicola, I would come back to you in a minute, but Ben first.
I just wanted to add a little bit. Nikolai said earlier on learning by doing. Our dear friend here said auto-enrollment in pension plans. Why not employee shares? We haven't talked about that. The best way to get interested in investing is to have an investment. Make sure everybody is aware of what they have in their potential to grow their future. So employee shares on the agenda, please.
Very important part. But Nicola, I wanted to come back to you because you are the expert. And I think Florian made a very good point, and we see it in Germany too. We have these young, successful companies, and if they want to go public, then they do not choose Germany, to be very honest. They go either to NASDAQ in the Nordic countries, or they go to the US. So how can we change this?
Yeah, first of all, we'll sort you out. I'm going to give you my phone number. You call me. We'll make sure that you get a good IPO experience. That's definitely not going to be a problem. Yes, I do recognize what you said, Florian, that investment bankers are saying it needs to be 5 billion euros plus in order to do a successful IPO. That might be the case for Germany. But if you think about the Swedish community, if you think about the Danish and the Finnish community, where we actually have a very vibrant SME segment, with, I don't even know the number, but it's probably 300 or 400 listed shares and maybe more than 100 listed companies that have migrated from the First North segment to the main market. So that's working really, really, really well. And obviously the background is that you have a very strong Pillar 1 system that has dedicated support towards SME financing. So you have a ton of small cap funds, which primary purpose is just to invest in small cap. And we see very good allocation, both from the Pillar 1 pension systems and the voluntary part of the Pillar 1 systems into those small cap funds. And that ensures that you have the necessary financing whenever a new company wants to IPO, which means we can IPO companies all the way down to less than 50 million euros, even 20 million euros. Is it for everyone? Absolutely not, because being a publicly listed company is not for everyone. It's a lot more demanding, but it gives you a lot of transparency. It gives you good access to talent, because we've learned that employees, they really appreciate working for a listed company. We also know that it gives you transparency with your customers as well. So there are definitely some benefits. But going back to your original point of the 5 million or the 5 billion euros threshold in order to do a successful IPO in Germany, we've heard that from other countries around Europe as well. But I just want to say that that's the same thing as in the US. US investment bankers are also telling investors, or telling issuers, as they are defined, if you want to do a successful IPO, it needs to be in excess of 10 billion euros in the US, or 10 billion US dollars in the US, which is not for everyone. And that's obviously a problem. And is it coming from greedy investment bankers? Maybe it is. Is it coming from the depth of the capital market? Maybe it is. I know exactly how we fix this, and that is by the pension assets taking their fiduciary duty, or the pension companies taking their fiduciary duty really seriously, and making sure that they don't only chase returns. They actually also have some responsibility to drive the well-being of the country in which they operate, also for their local citizens and for their pensioners. And they can do that by allocating more assets towards the local ecosystem, if you will. But call me afterwards.
I'm just going to touch on one point there. Yes, pension funds do have their fiduciary duty, but so do asset managers in terms of what we need to achieve for end clients and retail investors. And I think it's dangerous to use retail investors and guide them or use them as an instrument to finance political goals. In the long run, they will. But I think we need to have a free market system. And Florian, you said, yes, the MSCI world is over 65% US. I still experienced it where Japan was over 50% of the global market. And since then, markets have done just fine. And there was just a shift of capital. And why is it? Because of the competitiveness and the growth and what we've been able to achieve. And I think it's fascinating to see that we have now talked about 1.5 billion potentially entering the European economy through some fiscal packages, which could lead to about 15% GDP growth. And what do we see in our funds? People are selling the MSCI world and they're actually buying FTSE Europe. So there is a mechanism that works, but we need to do our homework here. We need to make sure that the capital that we have trapped, the 11 trillion that I talked about, or 11 trillion that I've talked about, that those find their way into the economy and efficiently. So if we have the opportunity to potentially, well, I don't want to call it opportunity, if there is a 1% spend of GDP on defense, we need to make sure that that 1% lands back into GDP and not 0.6. Bureaucracy needs to be improved. It can't just be the demand side, the Keynesian mechanism that's working. It also needs to be the supply side of it to basically say, let's optimize every dollar. And there's many layers to that, but I think it's dangerous if we start trying to guide retail investor money.
Andrea, please.
Thanks. I just want to go back to a couple of points. The first is about IPOs and public markets. So indeed, this is something that we've been worrying a lot about in Europe in the last years, including, let's say, policymakers, because we all know that we have a lack of IPOs, that many successful companies, they, when they're born in Europe, they grow in Europe, they're very successful, and then they move to the US and we lose all the jobs. And, from a policymaker's perspective, this is not a good thing to see. So we've been trying in many ways to foster more of an IPOs ecosystem here in Europe, looking from the very narrow angle of financial regulation. We've been trying to readjust, let's say, the calibration between the investor protection side and the transparency with the incentives for companies to go public and stay public. So we had recently, in the last years, we had 2 rounds of changes, first specifically for SME growth markets and more recently for the whole listing rules, which we now still have to implement. And we took a commitment actually in the SIU strategy that when we implement those rules, we will do it in a proportionate way and really trying to respect the new balance that we try to find. But okay, regulation alone cannot solve all the problems, and I think there are many other issues. But then I think the question is, since we have a very thriving private market, how do we also allow investors to access that, knowing that it's less transparent, there are more risks, so we need to take all of this into account. But again, I see as a positive development the retailization, if I can use this term, of the LTIFs, the European Long-Term Investment Funds, also changes that we've made recently to enlarge the investor base. I think it's a very positive development, and let's see. It seems that it's been successful and that more and more LTIFs are being launched. So let's see how that goes. But then we also want to explore, and not necessarily as, let's say, taking away the interest from public markets, but can we also find ways to develop more private markets in a way that is even more accessible, let's say, for a broader, let's say, audience for investors. But okay, something that we will need to study. And the second point I wanted to make is about financing priorities. I think the commissioner also kind of hinted at that, and I fully agree with you. We are not in the business of kind of directing savings into specific investments. And I also take the point that Florian made that, okay, if you want to invest today in ETFs, it's possible that a lot of your money will go outside of Europe. And again, from a policymaker perspective, they're not something, I mean, it's good to see that people are making good returns. I'm happy about that, but I would be even happier that if they were making those returns and at the same time invest in European priorities. Then sometimes I ask myself, why don't we have, I mean, we have the indices in Europe, right? So why don't we have more ETFs in Europe tracking European indices? But then, of course, it's because there is, you know, that the good investment opportunities are not in Europe. So it's not the fault, let's say, of the index. It's not the fault of the fact that, you know, there are not the funds. It's because the companies are not maybe as profitable as they are in the US. But then you see, and you mentioned defense, big interest in defense, defense stocks going up. All of a sudden, you see ETFs tracking European defense industry popping up. So I think, you know, again, these are not things that we can do from a regulatory perspective. We don't want to direct funds, but we also need to understand a bit better how we make this, let's say, virtuous circle start. And okay, I mean, I really think we have an objective and we have a responsibility to find this balance between giving the good returns to the investors, but at the same time, making sure that that investment goes into Europe, because after all, European investors are Europeans living in Europe. So it's in everybody's interest that Europe grows, creates jobs, and so on.
Thank you. Nicola, I'm sure you wanted to say something.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to say on the matter of ETFs, absolutely they are unbelievably good, and I think you said it from the beginning that some of the banks, they're selling their own internal products, some of their own managed mutual funds, which are extremely expensive. And by the way, do not create excess returns to the cost structures. So yes, we should do whatever we can to power the journey into a more passive investment trends. But right now we cannot with the post-trade setup we have in Europe. It's absolutely impossible. So there are post-trade reasons for why Vanguard, as an example, does not have any listed ETFs on the Copenhagen exchange, and that's because of the post-trade setup. Same thing as an example up in Sweden. So we need to fix the post-trade complexities that we have in Europe. How that's going to be fixed, that's something you can fix on the regulatory side with CSDR. Because right now, as an example, we cannot offer local access in many of the Nordic countries to a large variety of ETFs because of post-trade complexity and because we don't have the settlement bridges between the various CSDs. And that's something we need to fix, and we need to fix it fast. But then also, and I think you said it from the beginning, I think we also need to focus on a quite recent trend, might not have been a recent trend, but actively managed ETFs is also something, maybe. No, okay. I think
Do you have any questions, by the way? We don't want to get through, but maybe you finish first.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's something that we haven't talked enough about, but actively managed ETF is something that can create some well-deserved disruption to the sometimes inherently poor mutual fund industry, and it's something that we should try to expand more together.
Gertrude, I think there was a question from you.
Hello? Yeah. Yeah, as a representative
Could you use the micro?
As a representative of financial consumers and pension fund participants, I have to make a comment to Mr. Kosakiewicz's, Nikolai's statement about utilization of pension fund capital for financing the European transformation in the widest interpretation. I would like to say from our perspective a very clear and rigid no stop. Hands off from pension capital to finance any social political transformations per se. Because what we learned in Austria is that our pension funds are the best pupils in the world for financing the Green Deal, yeah? And the participants of the pension funds and also the pensioners get at the 1st of January a letter, dear participant, from tomorrow you get a reduction in your pension of 18% from one day to the other because of low performance. And we have many pensioners who have already lost more than 50% of their pension. So my clear message in this context is, yes, using European capital for a social political project is important and legitimate, of course, but before financing such project, they must get a sweetener or a support from government or from the public or a tax incentive so that it becomes an investable product with a market comparable return. This is very important from my perspective.
Thank you for this important comment. Nicola, I think you want to take...
No, I just wanted to clarify a few things. I absolutely agree that with, I think Andrea said it and Sebastian said it earlier, that it's very difficult and something that you shouldn't avoid to create more than incentives, actually mandatory investments into certain investment themes or asset classes or politically motivated structures. I completely agree with that. But where I believe that we're missing a huge opportunity is that when too much pension capital migrates into the US, and one of the reasons for that is that companies like Florian's company is saying, we cannot raise capital, we cannot create an IPO, we cannot run an IPO in Europe, which is why we're choosing to do it in the US. We also have a lot of pension assets that are deliberately saying, our SME financing journey is done through venture. Fine, that's good. But the trick with venture is that as soon as you do a C round or a D round, you automatically invite US venture capital into such a venture-owned company. And once you have US venture capital in such a venture company, I can guarantee you it will IPO in the US. So in this particular case, you've seen pension contribution into startup SMEs, but you've also created a structure where it automatically migrates to the US, and that becomes a very bad negative spiral. And I think that's what we need to ensure first, that the pension assets are predominantly or has the structure to stay in Europe, has the necessary frameworks to stay in Europe and support European growth.
Okay, I just got the sign that we should roll up this discussion. I guess the coffee break is waiting, and I think we can continue discussions in the coffee break. But first of all, let me say thank you to these highly sophisticated panels and for these excellent contributions, and please enjoy the coffee. I think we deserved it.
Sorry. We will have the coffee in 20 minutes. Thank you for a very exciting discussion in the panel. We definitely need in the EU savers money. Both companies and the governments need savers money. I would say, help us, help you. Please provide better returns. Don't force us to look for the returns overseas. Do provide value for money. And this brings us to the keynote speech of the member of the European Parliament, Eero Heinuloma, who is going to talk about value for money and delivering value for money. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
We leave Europe. Is that okay?
Yeah. First, thanks for the invitation, and then secondly, I'm now really in a demanding place because I'm the man between you and the coffee break. But I hope that I can cope with this problem. Let me first thank you for the invitation, and it has been a really wonderful morning session. It's a real honor to be here. I truly believe that Better Finance is doing an excellent and really important work, not only by organizing this conference, but also standing for the interests of the ordinary citizens in this discussion. Your voice and also the voice of other organizations like BOIC and Finance Watch is absolutely needed today more than ever. At the same time, I sincerely hope the voice of consumers will continue to be heard and taken into consideration also by the Commission. And I was happy to hear the nice words from our new Commissioner. in this connection. And the same goes also with member states. It's absolutely key that the message from consumer organizations are heard more often than it has been in the previous years, and also taking into consideration in financial services debates. Because in the end of the day, every piece of reform of financial legislation touches upon the end consumer. Which brings me to the topic of today. Do ordinary citizens, retail investors really get value for their money, which has been presented also this question during this morning. Let me just share a couple of thoughts with you. Firstly, the bigger picture. Looking at the analysis of all reports from Letta and Draghi to the IMF, we do not see a particular rosy picture. I guess one number of the IMF studies says it all, and this is also mentioned in the recent Savings and Investment Union communication. The lack of a real internal market for financial services represents a tariff of over 100%. A tariff of over 100%. At the same time, we know that trillions of euros are sleeping on bank accounts, generating low returns without being properly invested in the European Union. And these low returns are further affected by high inflation, as we have seen during recent years. Both facts are handicaps the European Union imposes up itself, and which come at a high price, as clearly highlighted in these reports. Then the absence of a real internal market for financial services is almost inextricably linked to our way of working. Indeed, the Commission can continue to keep proposing technically good proposals, but far too often they are dismantled in the legislation machinery due to the vested interests, and we end up with a rather fragmented outcome on level 1, which need to be further elaborated on level 2 and 3. Of course, we can say that this is the Europe, yes, and clearly some interest groups can benefit from this fragmentation and inefficiencies it brings, but I'm afraid that this is not exactly beneficial for the whole European Union economy and in general, or ordinary citizens in Portugal. So clearly, this approach of fragmentation affects the value for money and investors receive and should be addressed now. Against this background, and also taking the investment agenda into account, it's obvious we cannot continue like this. Therefore, to tackle better the fragmentation, some forms of smart simplification, which is consistent and which would serve in the first place ordinary citizens, would be a step forward. In this respect, it's also quite obvious we need, which can be also a paradigm, a little bit more regulation instead of directives to make sure that we could have common markets. Does risk bring value for money? To tackle the second handicap and activate more the sleeping savings, risk was and still remains a good idea. It aims to tackle the high costs, the low quality of advice, and the presence of products without clear value for money. And then I have been personally long-standing advocating to tackle the elephant in the room. There aren't only adults in the room, there is also the elephant in the room, and that's the problem of inducements. I suppose we cannot be silent about the problem which is there, and it has an effect to the markets and to the possibilities of high returns to the consumers. And this problem is clearly demonstrated by the numbers. As outlined by the Commission study, products with inducements are on average 25% more expensive. 25% is a huge amount. From the negotiation in the Parliament, we know that the Parliament is a little bit divided in this area, but at the same time, I suppose it's not a reason to not to do anything. And there is always a risk to sticking to the status quo, and it's the easiest way to think, but still I think that in the negotiations coming between Parliament and Council, we ought to continue this discussion also about the problematic things like the inducements are. The debate about CMU started with Lord Hill in 2014. Now we are 11 years later and the progress is far too modest and the economic gap has only grown. Basically, RIS is a very good example of a well-intended proposal. It was not a very ambitious one from the Commission side, but it was a good one. But we have seen that in the European legislative machinery, sometimes it will result far away from the optimal outcome and from the original proposals of the Commission. Trilogues have now started on RIS, and there is a risk also that in the name of deregulation or in the name of simplification, the text of RIS can be also weakened. This goes, for example, around value for money. We should be careful and to be sure that, that we are doing the simplification in such a way that the original interests of the consumers are heard and we will get better products after this new regulation is accepted. One example is the question on the value for money benchmarks, which means that we ought to have clear powers for supervisors to deal with bad apples in the market. Furthermore, as we need scale, the union should be the reference point, not the own national markets. Here we have some interesting elements for consumers, like the idea in the PRIPS review for an online comparison tool for investors to be developed by ESMA and EIOPA. In every case, when we are now making the decisions in the trilogues, it's really important that the Council and the Parliament are not watering down the original ideas of RIS. This means that without real changes, we cannot fundamentally boost the savings and investment union ideas and help to bring the costs substantially down for investors. Nevertheless, I hope that certain improvements to the retail investment framework can be ultimately be delivered during the discussions next weeks, and that could be a really important thing if we are aiming to have value for money framework in the future and stricter rules around inducements also, like the ban on volume-based inducements as suggested by the Council text. Then, will the Savings and Investment Union bring value for money for retail investors? Against a little bit bleak background, I welcome the communication from last week by the Commission and the Savings and Investment Union as presented today also by our Commissioner. I have to say it's not a very ambitious proposal, in particular taking the analysis of the Draghi and Letta report into account. In particular today, it's essential to have a strong Commission which puts the bar of ambition high enough in the European interest, knowing that in the practical procedure between Council and Parliament, there is always the need to achieve compromises. I believe we need to see changes at the supply and the demand side. At the supply side, obviously, the idea of setting up a savings account, which has been mentioned here, like in Sweden, could be a good succession. At the same time, by linking its potential success explicitly to tax incentives, can show also a little bit limits of our proposals, in practical taking into account the state of public finances in fact in all of the member states now. So perhaps it would be fruitful if we could acknowledge also the other possibilities in this proposal, which means that we could try to make the products themselves better rewarding for consumers. Therefore, once more, to ensure it will make a real difference, I call upon the Commission to tackle the too high costs charged to retail investors. This is a real problem still facing the ordinary people. If this cannot be done via risk, then I think Commission should look into other ways also. Furthermore, I will welcome ideas of tackling barriers as announced in the Savings and Investment Union communication. Again, barriers and the real internal market for financial services do not go together, as made very clear by the IMF. The new slogan among us is that the world has changed, and this is of course a correct observation, and what is happening on the other side of the Atlantic is an important thing for us. But when this is a true thing, then we ought also to acknowledge that the world has changed, and it ought also to be heard when we are discussing about the high fees charged to EU retail investors. Therefore, if we want to bring costs down, it's clear that also scale matters. I also struggle to understand why there would be a big need in the European Union for as many investment products and funds as we have seen today, lot of which are too expensive and underperforming. And scale matters here, of course, as clearly outlined by ESMA. We have more than 50,000 funds in the European Union. The average fund size is 10 times smaller than in the USA. Also here, a real tool which could define value for money would be helpful to make a selection and bring efficiencies to the market. But also in the demand side, I believe change is needed. We need more an investment culture. There was a good discussion today on this theme also. I believe we should once again try to redefine the right balance between risk-taking and protection of consumers in the Union. Of course, I'm well aware that a lot of citizens still struggle to make ends meet, and for which the idea of investing is only a dream. So I'm not saying everybody can and should invest, but at the same time, we ought to be sure that there is a bit of more readiness to risk-taking mentality in the European Union if we want to have the real returns among our societies. Not everything can be guaranteed, and the risk of loss is part of investing, as has been said this morning. And when I say investing, I mean investing in productive assets, not in crypto, which seduce far too many, in particular young people today. Rethinking certain definitions in financial legislation or increasing exposure of some institutional investors towards equity could be a step forward. And of course, boosting financial literacy is here definitely important, as our Commissioner has said several times during this year and last year. I welcome all the initiatives here. However, bringing such a change in mentality can only be achieved if there is a sufficient trust. Trust that rules are fair, trust that no one is ripped off by bad advice or high commissions, trust that supervisors have the right tools available to get the bad apples out of the basket, trust that supervisors can assess products whether they bring real value for money, and trust that more financial firms are supervised on the European Union level. To conclude, I have three messages. Firstly, CMU and SIU, the name does not matter that much. What matters are structural changes which are urgently needed. If the European Union financial sector wants to remain relevant, we cannot stick to the status quo out of the fear for change. And I believe industry, Commission, Member States, Members of Parliament, they all know these basic facts. So let's take that leap together. And therefore, let's stop producing underperforming products, let's stop selling promo talks for advice, and let's stop charging unsustainable inducements, often used to keep a chain of branches alive. And finally, also the retail investors could change a little bit their attitudes and be ready to take more responsibility. Authorities cannot keep guaranteeing everything, and of course increasing financial literacy is here a key as well. So I wish you a fruitful continuation of the conference and have a wonderful coffee break. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Hainulama. Thank you also to the previous panel. Now everybody really deserved a coffee break and a light lunch, and we will meet again at 1 p.m. and we will discuss value for money in a panel that will be moderated by Carol Lano from SEPS. I will use this one. Okay. So, welcome everybody after the break, and thank you for staying with us to discuss value for money. We have heard throughout the morning today comments about retail investors choosing the markets overseas and investing a lot in the US. So as I said before the break, we would like to say as retail investors, help us, help you, provide better returns here, and we will be very happy, of course, to invest in the EU. And I would now invite Carol Lano, who is our moderator today, and the panelists on the stage for the discussion on value for money.
Thank you, Alexandra. So good afternoon. We will have continue our debate from this morning. I think we discussed already a bit issues related to the retail investment strategy. Value for money came up already in the debate. So if I can invite the panelists to the floor, we will be debating the value for money concept and the definition and what it means and how we deliver net return to retail investors without having too much complexity. That's basically the purpose of this debate. So if I can invite Petra, Verena, Matthias, Manuel, and Delphine. Good that we have a gender-balanced panel this afternoon. This morning I was a bit concerned, but now it's much better. I will sit on the side, yes. Yes. So as I said a moment ago, good afternoon and welcome back, let's say, to the session on what for me is a crucial concept. Value for money, of course, is a concept which can be explained in a moment, let's say, but from, of course, the retail investment strategy. But let me put it into a long-term perspective, has to do with also what was mentioned this morning, inducements. How do we make sure that what we pay for a certain product is in our interest, is in the interest of the consumer, is in the interest of the investor? And I often say in debates about capital markets union, look, this is a debate which is 30 years old, dates back to the Investment Services Directive, which already had a clause which said, look, we should avoid conflict for interest. This was further specified in MiFID I in 2007, which had much more detailed provisions on the subject, say that inducements or kind of all what is forms of inducement should be forbidden or should be not be allowed, except if they are clearly in the interest of the investor. It was further detailed than in MiFID II. Of course, now, let's say we know that the Commission had to make with the retail investment strategy, that's how they then called it, a kind of a further detail on how to interpret these provisions, and that's how we came up with the retail investment strategy. 2 years ago, something like this, about 2 years ago at the end of the previous Commission, they proposed it, and of course it wasn't adopted in the previous European Parliament, it's still being discussed. We can speak about this in a moment. Anyway, I'm happy we have a very good panel to discuss this. Two heads of supervisory authorities, welcome Verena and Petra, but also a market participant, then a person from a association, and Delphine also from an association, the French Asset Management Association. But I can ask, let's say, if you want to introduce themselves in a moment. Probably I'll start with Petra on the value for money concept. Verena to start. No, because the intention would be first, if you start a bit, let's say, to say, what is value for money for you? And how do you see it from your perspective? Of course, insurance sector, a sector also where this whole debate is very topical. Certainly also in Brussels, not only in the member states, but we know it is certainly a problem for insurance products. Petra.
Yeah, so thank you, Karel, and a pleasure to be here. Hi, everyone. So at EIOPA, the European Insurance and Occupational Pensions Authority, we have many mandates, but we have a mandate to look at POC, Product Oversight and Governance, and that we have already for a while. And it was in that context that we looked at value for money. And what do we mean when we say value for money? When we say value for money, we say that if you look at a price of a product, then that should be a fair reflection of the costs that were made to get it there and to develop it, of the services that are delivered to the consumer, and also the returns that the consumer can get. Moreover, we do expect it to be sold to the right person. So target audience should be the correct one. So and then we say that if you implement that through the entire value chain, so when you manufacture the product, when you distribute the product, when you sell the product, and when you provide the services that come after the sale, if you continuously keep that consumer-centric focus, where what you ask for in return is really a good reflection of cost, services, and returns, then you are really serving the customer. And so it's not very difficult, actually. If you look at that, I think it makes quite a lot of sense that if you sell products, then it should go to a consumer that actually benefits from them for a price that is a fair reflection for the efforts made. And once that is properly implemented in the entire value chain, I think there's also a lot of additional checks and balances that you may even do without. And that is, I think, why value for money for us is at the core of good products for retail investors.
But can I then ask you, for example, I have, like I explained to some people over lunch, a product which I concluded when I was 33. 30 years later, how do I calculate whether I've got, as a consumer, my value for money, and what has been the cost which I've paid over that 30-year period?
Well, then we get to the next phase, which is also very important, which is cost and transparency, which comes with these services after the sale. And we feel that costs and transparency of costs is an essential part of providing good services to customers. We're not there yet, not on the pension sides, not on the IBIP side. And then you should be able to at least see it. You might not be able to understand it. And I know there's a lot of talk about financial literacy. And I think it is good to also work on financial literacy. But I think moreover, there also needs to be help through the website, through tools, but also in person to consumers to understand the product that they bought. And that comes with selling it. So the after-sales part is also important.
And then related also to the debate we had this morning, of course, and the debate on the Savings and Investment Union now is long-term investments. How do we promote to take an engagement long-term, investment-wise, for a consumer? Because also that was part of the discussion this morning. We should be able to have flexible, products, transparent products. If we say, look, we don't get a return or the costs are far too high, we change. But we often see it is difficult to change or impossible to change because there is a tax benefit or etc. Or they make it impossible to get out of a product except if you pay high fees.
Yeah, so I think from an EIOPA perspective, why are we interested in the Savings and Investment Union? We come from the angle of the pension gap that we have in Europe. With 1 in 5 Europeans at risk of living in poverty, something has to happen. So from that perspective, we would really welcome people saving more for long-term, for retirement. Now, in the dialogue on SIU, we need to make, I think, a difference between a long-term savings product, but still liquid, and a product that is there for retirement. So that not only has a pay-in phase, but also a pay-out phase. And I think here, in both cases, it's essential that at the end of that trail, the person gets value for its money. So I think the first part is that we lean more towards a retirement product that actually delivers also a good retirement, so a good outcome. On the ability to be able to switch products, but I think also Verena can say something about this. I think you always need to sell the right product. You also, if you start to realize, if you sell a product to someone for 20 years, then or you have a client that wants a product that has a payout in 20 years, that's what I said about the target market, then that should happen. Do we see that? Not always. We see products which clearly only have a result for consumers after 20 years being sold to target markets that lapse after 7 years. Now that, in the context of value for money, is an issue where a conduct supervisor has to intervene. So maybe the product is a good product, but not for that particular target market.
But also, if you see as a supervisor or a representative of supervisors that, I mean, the return has been far too low, or that has been badly managed, do you intervene?
We do. So, and I can be very open here, that's called POC supervision, so product oversight and governance, that did not have the first focus. We started with Solvency II. What I've seen in the last 3 years is that with Solvency II in place, there will be some changes, but the practice is there. The shift is focusing to conduct supervision, and here is where EIOPA supports the national supervisors by doing benchmarks. And what are benchmarks? Benchmarks are assessments of products with identical features being sold in the EU market, and then we identify why that they have different returns, that they have really different costs. And we ask the question, why is that? And that's where the dialogue of the national supervisor then starts. Now, it could be, Karel, that a supervisor says, oh, that doesn't surprise me, because in my market you have this specificity, so this is not worrying. But it could also be that a supervisor says, this is actually really worrying, I'll start the talk. There are some cases where even EIOPA involvement has been needed, and I can say that these were cases that popped up more through looking at this, so through the conduct angle, than that where it started, than through the prudential angle. So by now I really see that problems in the conduct side, with the quality of a product, with the returns of a product, with unexplainable cost of a product, are a very strong signal of issues that in the absence of capital might actually result in more problems in that entity. So it's something that not only is good to act on, but we have to act on that. And finally, if we find it, we will ask for a remediation plan. We will ask that if we have found bad products, they're taken out of the market, but it doesn't stop there. We ask the entity to also go back to the consumers they sold it to and help them. The most difficult part there is activate the consumers and find the consumers who already sold the product. So it's not straightforward, but we are quite relentless in making sure the insurer doesn't give up, or the intermediary.
Of course, these things are quite time-consuming if you have to do this, sometimes for limited results. So difficult for supervisors to do, because there was a lady this morning who said, look, in Austria, there's been the example of the pension funds, let's say, which had an underperformance of 20%. Of course, if you want to promote a saving and investment union in this context, forget it. People have lost 20%. I turn to Verena, a bit from the same perspective. How do you look at value for money from your perspective?
So good afternoon, first of all, and thank you very much. It's great to be here on this panel, and thank you to Better Finance for organizing the conference. And I can very easily follow on from what Petra said, because I think the fundamental concept behind value for money, for me, is very much about fulfilling the legitimate interests of the investor and his or her needs. And in the end, that a product actually offers a good risk-return profile at a fair cost. And I think it's important because in the context of particularly the retail investment strategy, we very quickly always focus on value for money benchmarks. But I think it's important to say that that is just one aspect when it comes to thinking about how can we ensure that in the end the consumer gets value for money. There are other aspects, as Petra rightly said, through the whole of the investor journey, where the supervisors, the regulators need to take steps, whether that is on the product governance, whether that is in the sales process, whether that is in the alignment of the interests between the firm and the client. So benchmarks is just one aspect of this, but clearly it can help, again, as Petra said, to try to highlight where there are potential problems.
Same question then as I asked to Petra a moment ago. If you look at performance in funds, Petra is more looking at the insurance product of guaranteed products. You're looking at the investment funds as part of the mandate of ESMA. And you see underperformance or, I mean, costs which are far too high. Do you act or do you act in, or do you look at different markets? Do you act in cooperation with national supervisors? Are there measures by which you intervene?
So there is quite a lot of activity actually, both at the European level and at the national level. And I would very much see it as a joint effort, because in reality, it is both about at European level showing what the actual cost and performance outcomes are. And we try to do that through our annual cost and performance report to really show where there are still pockets, even though overall costs are declining a bit. The fact is there are still huge differences between member states. There are still huge differences between different types of products. And so what we are trying to do with our kind of analytical work is trying to show with a lens where there are potential issues. And then, very importantly, we do a lot of work with the national, excuse me, national competent authorities, where we actually go into working with them and them working with the supervised entities to look at specific parts of that investor journey and how can we ensure that through that the value for money in the end comes through. And so that is, for example, doing common supervisory actions on the suitability, on the product governance, on the question of costs, undue costs in funds in particular, and a number of other areas. So there is a whole host of different initiatives we've taken over the last few years, really working with the national competent authorities to jointly try to pinpoint where are there shortfalls at the moment, where we believe the outcome is not the right one, and how can we deal with that. And I would just want to give one example, which is the Contracts for Difference, where we obviously went even one step further a few years ago, and where we said this product on all evidence does not, or is in the vast majority of cases not delivering good outcomes and value for money for the investor. So we actually took some quite drastic action in product intervention and so on.
So yes,
and because you said this is not good for consumers, if there are, even if it's not the majority of products, but up till 20% we see still needs some improvement. It's also not good for the industry itself. And I think the big example, my home market, the Netherlands, there was across the board mis-selling. People bought a mortgage, and then while they were buying it, they got something on it for insurance, and it really would not do what they thought it would. It would help them save to pay off the mortgage. It didn't, and that now has resulted not only in a ban, but on commissions, but moreover, people don't buy that product anymore, and this is now. This is from 2005. This is 20 years ago. People do not trust the product. The reputational damage. If you, as an industry, don't work on, and I'm fine with doing it behind the scenes. Products are leaving the shelves now that we focus more on it. So we need to strike the right balance. We also need to see that there's a lot of good out there in which you can invest, and it will give you a return, and a better return than your bank account. And I think both are true and important.
So important, let's say, task for supervisor. But then I have a follow-up question, because I discussed with Verena in a previous panel, I think 2 weeks ago, I mean, that there is insufficient budget for supervisory convergence, for peer reviews, but I saw in the Savings and Investment Union communication from last week that the Commission wants to give more attention to this. So you expect more budget for this?
That would be very nice. I think what I certainly welcome, first of all, the Savings and Investment Union strategy, obviously, from the Commission, but in this particular area, what I think is really welcome is that they emphasize the importance to focus not just on making the regulatory regime better to serve citizens and companies, but also to think proactively about the supervision. So it's not an afterthought, it's actually core to the strategy of improving how we supervise collectively in Europe. And part of that is obviously, and will remain in the vast majority of cases, the convergence activity between different national authorities, because they will remain in charge of supervising the vast majority of the firms and products. So as a result, I think thinking about what more powers do the European supervisory authorities need to really make the convergence towards common good supervisory outcomes happen on the ground is really important. And for that, budget will also be an important point, because in the end, convergence activity is not easy. It requires a lot of common efforts, and it requires a lot of resources, because you need to bring the national supervisors together, you need to analyze the data, you need to take action collectively, and that is something that is not done easily.
Petra, you want to comment on that, on the supervisory convergence from your perspective?
Yeah, so maybe, and I agree on everything Verena said on the cost side, but there's another side to it. Let's go to the peer reviews. So you go in, you do a peer review, and you have findings, and then you agree. And that's always as a board. So that's what, with the 27, you send the recommendations. Now, what if it's really strong recommendations? You can even go, if it's really strong, you do a breach of union law, you send a recommendation. The point is that the implementation of the action that needs to follow is still with the national competent authority. If the national competent authority, for whatever reason, is unable or unwilling to implement, then there is no follow-up of the required action. And here, the powers of the, at least of EIOPA, stops. So, and the detriment continues. And this is, I think, and this is what I keep saying. I don't think we are ready for yet today, this year, for the European single supervisor discussion. But we do need to discuss this one particular problem, because you can have one license in the EU and sell in 27 countries. But if there is detriment, you have to act. If that supervisor doesn't act, then the other supervisors collectively in EIOPA need to be able to stop the detriment from happening. And that's currently not possible.
That surprises me, that there is no, say, that's difficult to act even through the ESAs.
Yeah, the issue is that in the end, our whole system is based on the principle of subsidiarity. And the reality is the end supervisor in charge at this point in time, except for a few cases where ESMA actually is the central supervisor. And obviously, we would argue there should be a few more adding to that. The reality is, in the vast majority of cases, it is the national supervisor, and we can make recommendations and so on. But in the end, the final decision remains at national level.
But the Commission could act eventually. If you say the Commission, this is flagrant, whatever
Well,
violation.
it's a breach of the law. So, but a lot of the time, the individual supervisory judgments around, is this product, is this governance process meeting the legal requirements or not, and it's not about the firm. The Commission can only act as to whether the supervisor has actually properly implemented and is using the law. It's quite a difficult case when it comes to these type of discussions.
And it takes forever. And in that process, detriments to consumers continue. So we sit with 28 at a table in Frankfurt, and we know that every month a couple of 100 people buy a product, and they will never see their money again. And we can't stop it. And that is not good.
Indeed, not good certainly for savings and investment union if we want to promote long-term products. We go to Emanuele. Emanuele, you represent an association which is active amongst advisors in long-term savings. So can you have your perspective, but probably say something about your association first? No, it's not.
No,
Yeah.
EFPA is, I would say, the leading professional standard-setting body for financial advisor and planners in Europe, since we have started 25 years ago in designing different certificates to evaluate the knowledge and competences of the people working in the financial sector. So our aim is to try to gets a higher competencies in the field of the financial advisory activity, bringing some competencies and knowledge to financial advisor and financial planner. When we started in 2000, we designed just two main certificates, the EFP, the top one, European Financial Planner, which is a 40 days equivalent classroom program with two final exams, and is mainly designed to people having to do not just only with private clients, but also with company owner, with a lot of different needs, and not only investments, but also retirement, estate planning, and whatever else is linked with top clients. Then we got a second level certificates, the EFA, European Financial Advisor, 20 days equivalent classroom program plus final exam, mainly designed to people working with private clients on investments mainly, but also on insurance and pensions. When the ESMA guidelines came out in 2015 on knowledge and competencies, we decided to add two more levels of certification, exactly designed on Article 17 for people just offering information on single products, and Article 18 for people offering a basic advisory services. And so we added two more certificates. In 20, we also launched the two more additional certificates completely devoted to ESG matters, kind of add-on certification, just FPA ESG Advisor, and later on, last year, FPA ESG Expert Advisor. What the results? At the end of 2024, we reached 90,600 certificates holder, which is huge results. And that's why.
So you issued the certificate, your association?
Our association accredit training center which are separate by us, because we don't want to have the conflict of interest of being at the same time the trainer and the examinator. So we organize ourselves in different countries because we like to offer the certification process in local language, because we understood since the beginning that it's very tough in the financial sector to pretend to have everything done in English. So we have been establishing 11 different local FPA in the most important European country, and they agree the same program, the same structure of the syllabuses with learning outcomes. They accredit external training center to offer the training activity, and then the local FPA organize the examination to check if the financial advisor got or not the needed knowledge to pass the exam.
But the advisors are independent, or are they linked to financial institutions?
It depends. For example, in Spain, where we have a huge number of certificates holders that are mainly coming from the big commercial banks, because they decided at the beginning of 2000s to give a strong message to the final clients, since they got previously some problem in mis-selling products. They wanted to show that they wanted to change the way of dealing the relationship with the client, getting the possibility to have higher competencies in the financial advisor working mainly for the banks. In some other country, like France, we have mainly people working as independent financial advisor using insurance wrapper. In Italy, we have mainly tied agent working for the network of the biggest banks. In some other country, like Germany and Austria, again, people working as employee in the bank. And in Poland, Czech Republic, mainly tied agent working for the network. So it's different in the different country.
And how do you then ensure value for money, or how do you tackle conflicts of interest? So is this part of the curriculum?
Absolutely. Because we focus very much on technical competencies. And when you focus on technical competencies, then it's normal that the financial advisor or financial planner, even better, when get in touch with the clients, try to let the client understand which are the most simple rules to be followed. I do just a very quick example on the most simple rule to be followed when you have to decide to invest. First of all, there is no free lunch on the market, so every return will be in any way linked to the risk. That's why, dear customer, we need to assure what is your risk tolerance or your risk appetite.
Meaning applying the MiFID rules.
Yeah. Second, it doesn't make any sense to start talking about risk if you don't take into consideration also the time horizon, because something which is very volatile in 1 year period becomes absolutely more stable in 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, and 10 years. So it should be spent a lot of time in letting the client understand how the time diversification works in favor of the client.
But that's a very difficult discipline. Optimal asset allocation, you can write books about this. So,
yeah, that's true. But on the other side, I can tell you, and all in this room knows that all the analysis which have been done for institutional investor or also private client shows clearly that from the strategic asset allocation comes out more than 9% of the final results, because the tactical asset allocation is always close to zero, and also the pickup of a single product is almost a zero game. So the strategic asset allocation is the most important one.
okay, let me turn to Delphine. Delphine, representative of industry. I mean, we had the two supervisors, the advisors, and now a representative of AFG, the French Asset Management Association. Delphine.
So much.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's working. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, and good afternoon, everyone. So indeed, I am Deputy CEO of the EFG, which is the French Association of Asset Management. So I'm not going to talk about every kind of financial products, because I'm only representing the asset management industry, and we're talking about funds, just to be clear. So we are representing an industry which is composed of about 700 asset management companies. So it's a very diversified. We have big ones and very small ones. They all, provide a different kind of services. And it represents, now it's being official since a few days, 5 trillion of assets under management. So it's quite a very successful industry. So it's a highly competitive industry in Europe and more generally globally.
It's one of the biggest in Europe, the French asset management industry.
Sorry?
Total assets under management is one of the biggest in Europe.
Yeah, I think it's about 1/3 of continental Europe. I'm talking about asset under management,
Yes,
and not domiciliation, but asset under management. Yes, it is still a very big industry with people on site working, analyzing assets. We're talking about asset managers, but we're also talking about middle and back office employees. We're talking about accountants. We're talking about analysts, ESG analysts, about auditors, supervisors, controllers, compliance officers. So it's several hundred of thousands of people working in this industry. And value for money is really, it's not a concept.
Yeah, that was my question. Yeah. Value for money, how do you look at this?
It is not a concept. It is really their daily mission. It is to provide value for their clients. This is something that sometimes it is not very clear for everyone, but the asset management industry is a client industry. We don't have a balance sheet. We only put in place funds where there is a demand. So, for instance, if we have a high demand for biodiversity investment, if we have a high demand for investing in water industry or energy industry, then the asset manager will look at it and put in place the team to be able to manage the fund. And we go through an agreement with the National Supervisory Authority, and then the fund is launched. So there is a real attention to value for money, because otherwise you're just out of this industry at the first step of putting together a fund. So the team, what it is, value for money. First, how are these funds selected by the industry? They are selected first based on the reputation of the asset management company, its culture, its structure, its ability to serve investors' interest over time. They also look at the skills and experience of the team which is managing the fund. For instance, they value a low level of turnover because it's guaranteeing the stability of the strategy and the performance in the long run. They also value the quality of the investment process through discipline, consistency, and responsibility of the investment strategy. They also value the net performance on a risk-adjusted basis. It means that
net performance. If you speak about net performance, you have unbundling. And then should you have a clear cost differentiation to see net performance on your investments?
Well, you do have, if you talk about the fund industry, there are a lot of recent regulation, or recent, over the past 10 years, which have been put in place. I will talk about PRIPS, for instance, and the KIDS documentation, which actually shows a lot about, the fee structure, the cost. But I don't want to focus too much on the cost right away, because net returns is not a matter of how much the cost or the fees is. It actually, there is no relation between the net return on a fund and the fees cost. Of course, it's a part of the value, but it's not the entire value, and it's far from that. Performance is important. Diversification is important. And it's also an alignment with the interest of your client. And for me, the value for money of a fund will not be the same as for you. It really depends on what your objective is, and you rightly did say that. What is your objective? Do you want to, you are 25 years old, you just make some money. What is your objective? You want to invest to acquire a real estate in 5-10 years. So where do you, how much do you need to put in a fund? How long? Which risk are you ready to take? It will be different from someone which is 45 years old. Maybe he's more concerned about retirement in the long term. Maybe he will take a different kind of risk. And the investment horizon is really important in that matter. So I think
is the product flexible?
Sorry?
Meaning, if my investment horizon is 20 years, can I step out of it if the performance is not good?
Well, you see, it depends on, first, it's not a recommendation, and I'm not a financial advisor as well, but it's not widely recommended to step out of funds when at some point in time you see there is an issue with the performance, because tomorrow it will be different maybe, so you have to stick to your investment strategy if you want to have some returns in the long term. So you have to see, how the fund is actually performing over a long period of time. And it can change. And we're going to talk about later about some kind of funds, but definitely the investment horizon is very important. You will put less equity if you want to get your money back tomorrow, and you probably put more equities in a fund if you want your money back in 20 years, or 15 years, or 10 years. And you also have difference in equity. Maybe you may take more risk in investing in small cap, which are overperforming, over the longer period of time than large cap. But I'm not going to go into the technicalities.
Okay, thank you.
At that point.
I will turn to Matthias. We have an industry representative here as well from Trade Republic, which I think is a trading platform, correct? So
it's a European bank.
Exactly. So yeah, and a bank licensed as a bank, but mostly a kind of online broker licensed as a bank. Exactly. So how do you look at value for money from your perspective? You must be confronted with the question every day, I think.
So thank you, first of all. I am myself a business developer, and a commercial director, so with a personal deep passion for policy making. And my perspective on value for money will be slightly different and mostly brought by the experience of the past 2 years of being in direct contact myself with hundreds of thousands of young European investors taking money in their own hands. So Trade Republic is a 6-year-old. It's a European bank. We are active in 17 European countries, and offering checking accounts with ECB interest rates on the checking account, and most importantly, ETF and single stocks savings plans. And we now have 8 million users across Europe with more than 100 billion euro in assets, starting from 35 billion euro early last year. So quite fast accelerating growth. And those customers are on average 32 years old. And for the vast majority of them, more than 2/3, they are first-time investors. So they are investing in capital markets for the first time with us.
And it's mostly directly in equity or in fund instruments or in?
Directly in single stocks or ETFs. So I would like to provide maybe a return of experience based on what I witnessed in the past 2 years, because hopefully having a checking account with ECB interest rate on it and savings plans for the long term in diversified low-cost assets will bring them value for money. So it started not from the offer, but it started from the demand side. It starts by what I'm witnessing, which is a radical cultural shift over the Generation Z middle class in Europe in their relationship to money. And the value for money they're searching for is the value that they will miss from the weakening of the welfare state in the next decade. So it's actually quite sad to say, but from my perspective, true, that what's driving them is actually fear. Fear of the future. And this is where I tend to have a generational disagreement with what former Commissioner McGuinness said in this event 2 years ago, when she said that Europeans are looking for downward protection, not for upside. Well, the Gen Z in the middle class across 17 countries in Europe is searching for upside. They have a deep desire to make more out of their money. It's not coming from business schools or university knowledge. It's coming from a feeling that the future, if you don't change something, will not be as successful and profitable for them than the past decades were. So value for money played a key role in their decision to start investing for these millions of young European people. The other factor that is very frequently expressed by them through polls and studies we conduct and direct interactions on social medias is a desire to control as well. So they are searching for value for money because they have to. And they are doing that because they want to be in control. It's a generational characteristic that they seem to want to understand what they're doing and they want to be in control of their future. From the other side, what led to that, what can be considered as a start of a success, was simplicity. The simplest possible products, single stocks, ETFs. The simplest possible user interface, removing words every time we could, removing steps every time we could, having full transparency on cost, and not transparency only through disclosure, but transparency through simplicity, having a fees grid, which is one line, €1 fee per transaction. And last but not least, which was the most difficult personally for me to go through from my previous banking career, is probably several hundreds of millions of impressions on social medias with very simple concepts like compound interest, diversification, and low fees. So considering value for money in this context, it's clearly about money. They need it for their future, and if they don't know it, they feel it. But value for money is as well about values. And simplicity and transparency are key to this new generation of European investors. What empowered us to deliver this was, and what can probably bring a lot of value for money to European investors, is clearly competition. Competition through innovation, innovation on processes to reduce costs, and what is preventing us from going faster and what the value for money cannot become, as well as a retail investment strategy, is fragmentation. We are already facing, I am personally facing on a day-to-day basis, the largest fragmentation of them all in Europe, which is a cultural fragmentation around money topics. It is changing. There is already a culture union around money in Europe for the Gen Z. They share the same concern, same objectives. They are looking for similar solutions. So I started with fear, the fear of this Generation Z. And I will close with my fear. And my fear is that this young European investor generation, which is rising, will end up in American or Asian platforms. Because we are facing too much fragmentation and making it difficult to reach scale, which is necessary for value for money.
So, which was my next question, what is your view then on regulation? That apparently the regulation doesn't work for you, meaning to create a single market. Like I think a moment ago, the commissioner said as well, we don't have a single market in finance. Is this your problem?
The problems we are facing in a very concrete way are mostly operational, the lack of operational unity across Europe, the post-trade, the tax wrappers who are not the same, the need to declare tax for customers, which is absolutely mandatory if you want to make it simple for them. That's the vast majority of our issues that we try to overcome every day is operational. It's not. It's clearly not
logistics
regulatory.
We have a time for questions also in between. If people already want to raise a point, let's say, please do. We have no insurance representative, but of course we have an insurance supervisory representative here. But we can already take questions. Otherwise, I go on with this panel. We have heard already many different views, certainly on this key concept, value for money, which is in the retail investment strategy, and how you have different perspectives on that. But I see Verena already wants to comment.
Yeah, no, I wanted to come in because I found it a very interesting kind of horizon scanning of the different types of products and customer kind of needs actually we are looking at here. And one of the things I wanted to come back to was this factor of, yes, costs are not the only factor. It's very important that we look more broadly, and that's why we talk about value for money. But at the same time, cost can be a very important factor, because if the costs are too high, whatever the return is, whatever the diversification is, basically you are not going to get the value out of it at the end. So cost is an important factor. And then I wanted to also come back on the point of the need for simplicity. And I think this is something which, we've very much taken to heart. I think the problem is that we've tried to create more commonality in the disclosure requirements across Europe, but that has not always led to an easier process or an easier kind of set of facts to understand. So I think we need to take a step back on that and really think about how we can also use today's digital possibilities and other things to try to simplify the information in a way that actually investors can easily get what they are, where they are being offered, and that they have the right transparency.
If I can take up this question, let's say then to go to, next phase in our discussion about the benchmarks was already mentioned a moment ago, but probably ask Petra, how can we standardize benchmarks in, sorry, Delphine, you wanted to react on what?
Yeah, I would like to comment on that because, yeah, you're right, cost is important, but actually the fund costs are, very comparable now with what they are in the States, for instance, where it's, we have a large dynamic for financial markets. So also this is important to track what I would say the black sheep for on certain type of activities. It is also important to value the fact that European fund fees have been in a very, have a tendency to decrease over the past 15 years. And if you look at the comparable funds, for instance, because if you don't look at comparable funds, it's difficult to analyze. But if you look at mutual funds and you look at, the way they're structured in Europe, then you will see that our costs are very low. So unless you compare ETF costs, which are only replicating indexes, with the small cap funds, which are, a team of people working to analyze and invest in small companies, then of course you will see differences. We have to be careful when we're making this comparison and we are putting this focus on costs, because as we say, sometimes we may put out of the market funds which are very interesting for diversification, for investing in your European economies and investing in small caps. Because the Gen Z generation, as you mentioned, if they don't have a job, they won't have money to invest in Trade Republic and other funds. So it's important also that they keep on investing in their European businesses, and it's still, you know, important to value the investment in small cap funds, which are, I agree, a little bit more expensive than the other ones.
Okay, I was going to go to Petra a moment ago. Let's say you started this discussion already a moment ago about the benchmarks and how can you set a transparent kind of for the diversity of funds, as you were saying, Delphine, the different forms of funds which are invested in different asset classes, also for insurance products. How can you set benchmarks across asset classes which reflect, are a credible reflection of cost structures which you have in asset management?
Yeah, so let me start from why did we start with benchmarks? And I think it's because I share a lot with what Matthias said about the fact that we are not a single market. And what really struck me in the retail investment strategy, and what is at the same time also my worry, because this, I mean, as much as we talk about it, it may not work, is that one market after the other came to explain to me that they have a very good market, that their products are perfectly priced. They have very happy consumers, and they can share data about how happy the consumers are. And so really nothing has to happen. Yet, if you look at a European level, and we've published this, the methodology, you look at the same features in a product. So it's about, is there, what kind of risks are covered? Is there, are you going to pay up front, or are you paying on a monthly basis? Is it hybrid? What kind of risk does it take? So if you have a certain set of features, and we explain it in the methodology, and you look for products, but you don't look in one country, you look in several member states, you come across products that really have the same features. And I don't think that that is strange, by the way, because I think a majority of European citizens just want something simple. And so there are many of the products with the same features. If you then look at what is, on average, the cost of these products, so, and you've covered then for the services, and you've covered for the returns, so then you are left with the costs, then I cannot explain why in some markets it's less than 1%, and in others it's 2.4%. And maybe there is an explanation. An example, in the Polish market, there's a tax on assets for insurers. They need to recover that. In the French market, they tell me it's because my consumers really like liquidity. In German markets, they really want guarantees. So there could be an additional specificity, but that not always explains sufficiently well why this difference is there. And because these costs are there, returns will be less. So I think having a benchmark as a start of a discussion is essential, but the comparison has to be between the same products in member states. Is it hard to do? I think we can. We have it now. We have made clusters. We have a lot of data on that, and I think we can get quite far with that. Now, does that mean that there cannot be clusters which actually have products that are only sold in one member state? No. There can also be clusters that have products that are so typical for that member state that we can't find them anywhere else. So a national cluster is actually very much possible within our methodology. But what we're saying is, show me it's so different. And I think that is a good discussion to have, because in the end, if I now look at insurance-based investment products, 30% is the product price, and then depending on how you look, 30% is distribution and 40% is asset management, or the other way around. Now, why is that? So back to simple and transparent, I think the majority needs that. And I think if you have a product that fits that, I think the majority of consumers in EU is helped. if you look at the Swedish proposal, where by default people end up in one relatively simple, straightforward fund, the majority stays there. You have scale, and you're an example currently on how to do that. Final word, I like the example about the new generation, because I see exactly the same. They realize they want to invest, which I think is a positive development, because we need them to invest. It is also indeed because they realize there might be less pension through the state, and I think that is a good realization, because it's true. But then if you ask them, what do you want to invest in? It's simple and straightforward, but could be quite risky. Yeah? So it's crypto, it's Bitcoin, it's ETF, it's stock. What is the other alternative? Now, maybe we're going to talk about, might not be PEP per se, although I can today announce that the number of PEPs in Europe has increased by 100% today. we went up to 2. So we need to look at that. But what is it? What is it that, I mean, and when you're young, take some risk. I know risk, no return. So, I mean, it's good that they do that too. But what is the other product that we can offer? And as long as we keep quarreling about, I don't want it and I do this national and I like that, we're not going to get there. It's not going to happen. And they will move to other markets. It's just as simple as that.
So we could go towards simplification of products in Europe. So standardization and simplification, because we have far too many funds and consumers don't know what to choose.
Well, what if you let's think about PEP. PEP needs to be reviewed now, this year. What if you can name it different? We issued a paper where we say what you can all change on this. But what if you come at least to a label where you say, okay, if it has these features, and you try to help the people to understand, if you look for an investment product, will be good, because you need to start saving for your retirement. If it has this label, you can count on that it's an okay product to do. And please, let's make it one syllable that sounds sassy, and then advertise it on social media so that we can line it up with the other 4 I just mentioned. Now, there will be, I think, a majority interested in that, or a large group. Do you then not need the rest, the niche, the people who are more advanced, who want to do it more clever, or maybe want to do it themselves? Of course you need them. There will always be those customers, and they need to be served. They are willing to pay a bit more because they also may get more return. But I think there is a group of citizens that need to start moving money out of their bank account into products with better returns, because that will help them later on. And it could also help you. But it has to be simple, straightforward, and there has to be, I think we need to help with the trust. We need to help with the trust by indicating in a way, okay, but as long as it has this, then you can trust it's an okay product. And then we have a responsibility as well.
Very important development. I mean, we at CEPS are also writing a paper on the Swedish investment account, just as an independent entity, trying to see, is it an example for Europe, yes or no? But certification or a form of kind of labeling would be a very important step in this direction. But if I can first take Verena, let's say from your perspective, investment funds, I mean, can we go to consolidation of the markets in certain ways?
So we certainly have a huge number of funds. So choice is definitely not the issue, I think, in Europe. I think the issue is more, how can we build scale? How can we keep obviously choice, but at the same time also try to help investors, as Petra rightly said, a bit in this huge range of different possibilities that are out there. And I think we need to be careful. You know, we've seen in the past that if you dedicate one particular product, actually that can also not work. And so we need to be careful. I think as ESMA, we've thought a bit about what about a voluntary type label that just gives a bit more kind of guidance effectively. So I think there are various possibilities you can think about, but certainly the problem that we currently have in Europe, and I fully agree with the other speakers, is the lack of scale, the lack of a common liquid market, and fragmentation. And we need to solve some of those underlying issues to really make a step forward, to my mind.
Matthias wanted to add on the simplification of products.
So going back to the reality I've been facing. So what is bringing those young investors to start investing? It's indeed trust. But for them, trust comes from results. And they tend to compare. So this benchmark made me think, what is their benchmark to this generation? And there is one which is clearly emerging as the benchmark for this generation. It's the MSCI World Index. It's what they compare everything to. They go back to the MSCI World Index all the time, and they are using this as a benchmark. But to start investing, you need some form of knowledge and a tool. And what structural change I've been witnessing in the past 2 years is the split between the voices who bring the knowledge and the voices who bring the tools. And that's a severe change for them. So it's not anymore the financial institutions that are listened to in terms of knowledge. They are listening to other sources of information, which are not yet perfect, and some of them are far from perfect, but they are very massive. So today, while we speak, there is roughly 1 million European people chatting on groups, talking about best practices for money. You have at least 1,000 creators, certified professionals from the sector, creating
Are they certified?
content.
Yes.
Some of them, yes, some of them not. And you need to give them a good certification available as well. But they are, whether we like it or not, doing it. And it's just that this financial literacy we talk about, they are doing it themselves, kind of. And it's far from perfect, but it's happening. So they take trust partly from the crowd.
So there can be bots or it can be AI, whatever algorithms which are providing advice as well. Huh?
And as well, good financial professionals who are willing to share their knowledge, which is as well the case. So it's a severe shift. And to remain in control of this shift, transparency, simplicity is again mandatory for this audience.
I see some questions. I will take them. One here in front, one at the back. No problem.
Yeah, just a question, most of all to the supervisors, but feel free anyone else to answer, because we were talking.
If you introduce yourself.
Matthijs, Better Finance. So we talk about benchmarks. However, and you were talking, Petra, about benchmarks in groups of products, etc. However, Better Finance research shows, for example, our long-term pension returns research that across Europe, in most markets, the real returns after cost, after inflation, is inadequate. That we talked on the first panel about how to get people investing, the magic of explaining to them the magic about compound returns. However, if the compound, if you're compounding 0, it's still 0. If you're compounding 0.5, it's not so magical or impressive. And indeed, after inflation, a lot of the time, it is even negative return.
So your question is about what is the benchmark?
Yes, if the benchmark, because if you're comparing in a market where too many products are underperforming, then the benchmark you get might also be underperforming. So how to handle that? Maybe indeed MSCI World or something like that.
Okay, shall we take 2 or 3 questions at once, madam, in the middle? So what is the benchmark? Is question 1? And then there is a question at the back as well.
Yeah, my second question is referring to retail investors, especially...
If you introduce yourself.
Sorry?
If you introduce yourself.
Gertrude Pils from the representative of pension savers in Austria. One of the biggest problems is the difference of tax regimes in Europe. As soon as you, for example, simple retail investor purchase a share in Germany, one in France, one in Spain, one in Italy, and maybe one in Denmark, you work approximately 2 weeks per year just to manage your tax filings, because you get the double taxation on your, especially on dividends, which are of course interesting for pension savers. Yeah, you get the double taxation and have a lot of tremendous work to get your this in order. Yeah.
Okay, so your question
my
is...
question is there something ongoing on European EU level to streamline this unbelievable or this very difficult, complex situation?
I mean, probably somebody on the panel can respond to this, but we'll take a question at the back as well. But that's indeed the problem. Let's say this double taxation and whether you can deduct yes or no, or whether there are double taxation agreements to reduce taxes. Yes. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Anna Martin, Head of Financial Services at BEOC, the European Consumer Organization. My question actually goes to Delphine. I mean, you heard a lot, Matthias speaking about Gen Z. And my question is, how is your industry actually approaching Gen Z and making sure that you are providing them an attractive offer? Because if I was you, I would be perhaps a bit fearing that this industry is just going online, buying ETFs, not trusting anymore your industry. And I'm wondering if there are any internal reflections, constructive proposals on meeting the consumer interest and at the same time having an attractive industry offer. And please, just as a perhaps prerequisite, perhaps not speaking about financial education, because if people are going into financial education, they are probably likely more ending up with an offer like Matthias one, and trying to educate themselves on the internet is probably not the solution for your industry. So just as a prerequisite.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to start? Probably on the benchmark question, how we define benchmarks. Yes, Petra?
Yeah, so now I don't think it's how we define benchmark. It's like if you have a benchmark in a group of products that are all actually not good because they don't offer a good return, then yes, you have an average in the end that you compare to, but you're still looking at a bad product. I think that's your point. And the thing is, benchmark somehow became the star of the whole value for money retail investment strategy discussion. And therefore they get a lot of attention. But they really are one of the tools, at least as supervisors, that we look at. So in our cost and past performances report, and one is coming out soon, we also look at reduction in yield, which is a measure like how much do you put in, how much has come out. We also look into simply in returns and are they good or not. For costs, we look at the benchmarks. Now, and I agree with you, particularly also due to the difficult year that we had in the stock exchanges, you saw negative returns. Now they're back into the positive, I can already say, for the future cost and past performances report, but we see many, even though they are back to positive, they are not compensating for inflation. And so this is something that we provide supervisors with, and they need to continue the conversation. Now, depending on the duration, of course, the investment horizon of a product, you can overcome concerns in markets. But so it's a whole set that we look at. And then, Karel, if you allow me, maybe to the tax part. Yeah, I was at last week. I was in a nice round table, and at the end they asked me, if you have a magic wand, what one thing would you do to enhance pension savings? And I said, well, I would get a harmonized tax regime for that, because it is the problem. It is why cross-border pension is not working up until today. It has to do with social law, with labor law, with taxes. It is why PEP didn't work. I mean, it was introduced also in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Mm-hmm. It is the cost cap, if you still need to start it up, is not helpful. And maybe that's only a good cap if you are really already skilled. But taxes were a problem. So that is the reality. How we deal in the benchmarks for the costs with the taxes, we leave them out. Because in practice, we also see that if there is a strong tax incentive in a country to buy a product, consumers tend to look at the tax benefits and they stop really critically looking at the cost of the product. So in a way, the benefit of the tax incentive goes to the company instead of the consumer. And also that is something we need to address, that we do through the benchmarks. But yeah, the taxation is not helping, at least cross-border. No, at least at our table, we cannot solve that.
But we have the faster directive now, which would be kind of reduced withholding taxes. But of course, it will have, whatever, 3 years, 4 years implementation.
We have maybe a 28th regime. They're still thinking about it. But I think that is then a way to overcome it.
Verena, you want to comment before I...
Yeah. To quickly come in. So I think maybe just to follow up on what Petra just said, I think that's partly why I think this Swedish example of the savings investment account, I think the individual savings account, I think is such an interesting example to look at, because what they managed to do was not only look at the product offering, but they also combined it with the tax incentives and with the administrative ease of having it in a single account. And I think for me that really was the kind of thing that changed the dial in that market, which has clearly helped them a lot in building the capital market in Sweden. So, and tax is incredibly important as an incentive. We need to just be conscious of that. So the investor will be driven a lot by that in the end. At the same time, I think I also believe we need to make sure that given tax is a member state competence, and we're not going to change that overnight, I suspect. What I find really interesting is some of the efforts that are now happening with the Coalition of the Willing, this lab that the Spanish government has kicked off, you know, really thinking about, okay, if we do something like this, can we at least make sure that we think about it in the same way, that we maybe align how we treat this, and that we don't create even further barriers and fragmentation in the European Union as a result of going down this route. So I think that is a good thing. And I wanted to briefly comment back on Matthias's point of social media and the importance of social media, because I think that is one of the areas where I think the retail investment strategy is right to focus on. I think it is extremely important that we are conscious that there is a deep cultural shift going on. The idea that you go to your bank or your advisor, and that is where you get the information to actually know what you want to invest in, it just doesn't hold anymore in the younger generations. And so we need to make sure that also the information that people get from social media, from the web, is something that they can increasingly trust in. And for that, we need to make sure that we educate not only the ones that are looking at it and participating in the chats, but also the people who are working for firms or who are not working for firms and are actually doing this off their own back, often not realizing that they're actually providing advice and can get themselves into a bit of trouble.
I was going to turn to you, Emanuele, because, of course, of the tax issue, but also of the issue of the certification of products, not of certification of advisors. Can you label products?
Yeah, if before coming straight to your question, I would like to add a couple of comments to the benchmark and to the active management. Since I'm also chairman of an asset management company, but devoted to institutional clients, fortunately. I think that we don't have to invent anything new for benchmarks. Once we use the right benchmark, of course, because even if on one side the young people are thinking only about the Morgan Stanley world, of course we need to use for every different asset classes the right benchmark to evaluate the different products. If we focus on mutual funds, because in case of insurance and especially pensions funds is much more complicated, but if we focus for a while on mutual funds, it's easy to classify the different thousands of products in different specific asset classes, get the comparison with the specific benchmark, and find out if there is room for active management or not. The reality, if we like or not, is that there are a lot of very efficient segment of a market where it's almost impossible to add value. even if we evaluate the mutual funds, subtracting the part of the cost which must be given to the distribution channels, which is a lot, because in average, once you take the cost of every mutual funds, 60–70% of the fees goes to remunerate the distribution channels. So again, when we use the benchmarking analysis, we should cut the full cost of every single product in order to keep under consideration the real value or no value.
We need to have full unbundling, yes?
Sorry?
Unbundling of costs, yes?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely keen. Second, if we think about active or passive, there is no way, and so I come back to the lady who was asking, are your association doing some analysis in understanding how the ETF would sooner or later cancel a big part of the market of asset management company? That's true. In all the very efficient market, there is no room for active management. And the ETF are for sure in a very good position. And if I come back to the what is requested by the MiFID, that every single advisor should do the best analysis, the best of analysis in order to evaluate which are the funds that we should suggest to the clients. The best of analysis means exactly this: to understand clearly if we must rely on passive product where the cost is very small, rather than the active products where the active management should be so good to get the possibility to cover the implicit higher cost that the asset management imply. That's it. I know that
yeah, there was a question for Delphine as well.
Well, I hear there is a question there, and I need to comment on that. First, to go back to your comment on the fact that the performances were inadequate. I'm not sure about the sentence exactly, but there is a study which is being published regularly by the European Observatory of Savings, and just was issued, I think it was 2 weeks ago. So I would advise everyone to look at it and actually see the performance in European funds. So you see that the performances are not inadequate. To go back to your question, of course, we are looking at the trends. Also, we are not a B2B, we are not a B2C industry, we're mostly a B2B industry. So we are, for instance, our members are distributing through Trade Republic or other kind of distribution network and bank or insurance institutions. But so we look at it carefully, and we also produce and produce ETF, and we have a leader in France in the ETF market. So the question there is more about product diversity. And something which is important also is to ensure that we keep on, this product diversity, because at the end of the day, we need capital markets in Europe to actually finance, a wide range. And I'm not sure it's the right conference to say this, but we also capital markets also have an objective to provide financing to companies. And ETF are a very good product, of course, and we have asset management companies offering this kind of product, but they are 80 to 90% invested outside Europe, so you have to know that. And if you're making a comparison, and I agree, if you compare by asset class and geographical areas, the comparison is not really fair. Because if you look at small cap funds, again, I'm sorry to speak a lot about small cap funds, but we are talking about, I think, a very interesting opportunities to invest, because there are a lot of growth and potential in SMEs in Europe. But if you look at small cap funds, there is no ETF on small cap funds. So you will actually compare them to other kind of product. I looked at it carefully. For instance, in France, you do have an index and you do have an ETF on small cap stock in France. The minimum capitalization in this index and in this ETF is 6 to 7 billion euros. This is not what I call a SME. So to make a comparison, in a small cap fund in France, the capitalization that we use is 1 billion. So how are we going to compare this type of offering if we are not talking about the same investments? We are comparing peas to carrot, if I would say. And so this is a bit of an unfair comparison. And if you think that we can, of course, I listened to what's being said about benchmarks. I mean, the only concern that we have is oversimplification, over-standardization of products, which will lead of a, not a disparition, but maybe we are going to not increase the capital markets in Europe. So if we're talking about saving and investment unions, we should also talk about investment in Europe. And coming back to what Venera says, we are very much for a label, because we think that it is a good opportunity for European investors to get some visibility on this kind of product. So being a volunteer, based on a voluntary, approach, and in order to provide investors with visibility, I think it could work. Some products are quite complex. I mean, ETFs are complex. I don't know if you know exactly how it works, but they are complex. Their popularity is not because they are simple. They are complex. But the issue is that, I would say not the issue, but their asset is that they are eager to understand as their objectives. And sometimes we confuse between the complexity, the inherent complexity of the product and the objective of this product, and how easy it is to understand how the risk associated to it, the benefit of it, and the benefit on a time horizon and investment horizon. So it's very important to not confuse simplicity of the product and simplicity of access and of understanding the main principle on the main benefits of this product.
Coming back to whatever, simple products and complex products and the definitions. Matthias, you want to comment?
I just wanted to come back to what Commissioner Albuquerque said this morning. And she said that the time is now. And that there is this sense of urgency that we should, probably as an industry and stakeholders, as an ecosystem, we should feel. The Gen Z, the behavior of this young generation of European investors is driven by a sense of urgency. And facing this urgency, it's to actually bring them value for money. And what brings them value for money is higher returns, lower fees, and lower tax on capital gains on long term. So the Swedish example is a great one. The French PEA, where you reduce your capital gain tax at the end, which is maximizing, therefore, compound interest, is another great one. And you invest only in European equities in there. So a label is difficult for me to say this in such a large crowd, but a label is just not good enough. It's just not good enough. For the stake we are facing, for the stake this whole generation of European people is facing, a label is not good enough.
And what do you want then, Matt?
We need a European version of this French PEA, of the Swedish investing account. We need something where you invest in European equities, you maximize compound interest, you minimize fees, and you minimize capital gain tax.
And
this is what brings value for money to people.
You need the European index then as well. Yeah, but I'm looking around because we have 10 minutes left. If there are other questions in the audience on value for money, on benchmarks, on the definition of benchmarks. But I see that Emanuele had a point as well. So
no, just a question for Matthias. But let's see if there is some request.
Not for the moment.
Okay, so Matthias, I'm very much interested about the experience you have been presenting us. And you talked clearly that it's a young generation coming and using your platform or your solution. Are they assisted by some advisor, or they find everything, all the support in the platform. Because I'm quite worried when you say we offer very simple solution like single stocks. I'm worried because single stocks, if the final investor gets just a few of them, is not replicating a market, is taking a lot of risk. So are you also assisting them in building the portfolio, or they are assumed to know what they should know?
They are autonomous.
They are autonomous.
And they are searching for coaching. They are searching for contradictory views. They are searching for facts and proofs, and they confront each other a lot. What we do as a company is that we support several hundreds of creators, people who create content around financial education. We sponsor TV programs of financial education, and we make it available on social media as much as possible. So that's how we discover this generation as well and their behavior, and we try to build an operating system where their money can go in the way they want. And they go massively by themselves for ETFs. This is what the code word of this generation is, probably ETF.
Matthias, can I add a question to that? Let's say sustainability label. Is this something your public is looking for? Is this something that is of interest? Is this something you believe you can do?
So they are investing in economical sectors that are heavily driven by the ecological transition, so renewable energies, and of course they favor, when they understand those labels, they favor ESG products. However, the accessibility of those labels is not good enough. There are too many labels. It's unclear what they stand for, and I will always say the same until it's live. What we need for that is like the Nutri-Score. We need something from green to red, from A to E, and with the ability to dive deeper if you want to. But what they need to see is something like that.
So there is a problem, Verena, for greenwashing?
Now we get into another topic.
Yes, I know, but it's related to benchmarks and labeling. And
it is, and I think indeed, I mean, this is something where we have seen a risk that, in particular, some of the funds and some of the products have, in that wave of the enthusiasm for ESG and sustainability, basically tried to use that as a marketing tool. We saw that with some of the regulations which were purely disclosure-based as an intention, actually being used more for marketing and sale. But I think this is something which we do need to tackle. That is why ESMA did its fund naming guidelines on ESG names. I think it was exactly for that purpose, to try to make sure that when you see something as important as a fund name, and it also applies to the ETFs, by the way, and MSCI indices and everything else, it's being clear that, you know, what's in the package, and that actually the name reflects what is in there.
Petra, something on the greenwashing and on the green labels?
I mean, I'm there. I'm very much with Verena. But maybe to add to that, we did mystery shopping, and we will come out with a report. And what we noticed that all the requirements of what you need to, all the steps you need to take, particularly also for sustainability, are not always taken. And what's also interesting is that does not always necessarily lead to a bad outcome. So I think in general, my call would be that it would be good to actually look again at every step that is required in the sales process of retail investment products. Do we really need it all? Given that maybe the correlation between following all the steps and selling the right product is not always there. And we want to simplify. I think having a more simple process could help. And I think in the past we had the thinking, if we give enough information, which is a lot by now, to the consumer, they will make a good choice. But I think maybe we need to change, rethink that a bit, and then we can also include the sustainability feature. I can fully see that, again, in the Gen Z sustainable is of interest, and then it has to be really green. Maybe what I want to add to the discussion is that in the urgency that really is there, it's not just Gen Z, it's also all that have 16% now of savings of what we have in a bank account, and somehow see that we move that to retail investment. I mean, every percentage helps. It doesn't have to be everything. And why would they do that? And so there's so much talk about the products then that need to be offered and how we can invest it. But are people actually moving their money? And that is not yet happening, and we need to look at why that is. So tax incentives are key. Trust is key. So I know the top product or savings account or label, I do think that a concrete product or savings account is much better than a label. But I also think if a first step has to be a label, then let's do that. We need to move. We need to move. That is one. Another thing, and I was happy to see it in the Savings and Investment Union proposal, is dashboards. And dashboards have so an overview per country of how much saving is there now, Pillar 1, state, occupational pensions, and then savings in retail investment. How much is there? And that is not because I want to have then a lineup of who did worst in the EU. No. I want that to be there for every policymaker in a member state to think where they want to put the public money with a tax incentives to save more. Is that going to be more, throwing more into Pillar 1? Or is it doing automatic enrollment and supporting good savings there? Or is it incentivizing a simple and good product in the third pillar? But this holistic thinking is happening too little yet in many member states. And I think it can help.
Not happening according to you, no.
Not enough, no, not enough at all. I think if there is an awareness that there's an issue with pensions, and a lot of the focus is then on the state pensions and the Pillar 1. That's the competency. Other way around, if I try to say something about dashboards, I'm often told that I should be careful because my mandate is not Pillar 1. I can only do Pillar 2 and 3. But that is the problem.
You're not Minister of Finance.
No, and I mean, I am not, but I still think that and I'm also not for social and labor, but I do think that what we have in information, what they have in information, we need to bring that together. I fully welcome the first pillar, the state pension, as a good start. It's where distribution happens. It's where we are inclusive. It's essential in a society, and we also have a lot of disparity, and that is also not good. It's difficult to reform in society with a lot of disparity. But then you also need to look at 2 and 3, and sometimes public money via tax incentive is better spent in a Pillar 1 plus or in a 2 or in a 3 product than by doing even more into Pillar 1. And that mindset, I think, can be better triggered if you have a good dashboard.
True, but you need to have a bit of a macroeconomic view as well and understand how finances hang together. I think we've come to the end of this panel, so that's...
Maybe I would like
very rapidly,
to add something on the ESGs, because this is something very important, and we really appreciate the ESMA report on the last July, because if we want to keep on providing funds, ESG funds, we need access to data. We need access to data. We need access to ESG data.
Just a holistic approach, which is the dashboard.
But currently, there is a concern with the discussion around the CSRD. We are really concerned about the fact that we may not have access to this data as we were expecting it would be. What we are suggesting at ESG, to be very short, is to reduce the number of, to simplify the reporting and reduce the number of indicators, maybe to 150 indicators instead of the 1,200. But we would like the scope not to be reduced. I mean, we would like the thresholds, the eligibility thresholds, not to be, modified. Because if we don't have access to data, we'll have what is important to invest in ESG and to fight against greenwashing. What is important is to have access to standardized reliable data. And CSRD is very important for that. If we don't have this reliable, accessible, and standardized data, we'll have to buy them. And if they won't be standardized, they won't be cheap. So the funds cost will reflect the cost of this data. And yes, there is a risk of greenwashing because if we don't have standardization and we don't have auditable data available, then we have an issue. And in this report, you mentioned the indexes and benchmark indexes. The index that we use for the ETF, for instance, ESG indexes. If we don't regulate them, we will have an issue, and this is really important for them. So I would like to outline that because it's a major concern, and we really believe we should keep on investing in SSG, of course.
Okay, as I said, we'll stop this panel here. Let's say we had a lot of issues. I would say that the definition is more difficult for benchmarks than for value for money. I think there's more or less agreement that we need to have value for money and clear net returns. But then the question is, what is the benchmark? As you were just saying, what do you refer to? What is the context? And how do you measure whether, for example, you had in the end value for money? Because what you compare it with, and would you do it sectorally, do it geographically? Yeah, and that is rather difficult. I also agree with this dashboard. Let's say that certainly policymakers and also all of us need to have a dashboard. Let's say that we can refer, we have the reference point to have, but also a big problem, as we know, is, as we discussed as well, is taxation. And that is a thing which is still work in progress, which, as we know, financial integration has advanced a bit, financial regulation has advanced a lot, but taxation has advanced only very, very slowly. That's one of the areas where I think a lot of work remains to be done. We know that it was the FASTER directive, which was approved a bit almost this time last year, but still has a long implementation time, and there's a lot of discussion around this. So let me thank all of you. Let's say thank me, Verena, Petra, Matthias, Delphine, and Emmanuel for an interesting panel. And I pass it back to Alexandra or to Jelle. Thank you, Verena.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of the day, and I would like to try at least to summarize what we heard today. The conversations we had during this day confirm that we at Better Finance, we are going in the right direction, and we always believed that building a savings and investment union is not just a matter of economic strategy, but it is about empowering European citizens to become active participants in the future of our continent. We opened this morning with a strong message from Ola Maczynska, our managing director, setting the tone with a focus on boosting retail investor participation and delivering value for money. And indeed, throughout this whole day, our panels and keynotes have explored how we can turn these guiding principles into concrete policies and practices. Commissioner Maria-Louise Albuquerque reminded us of the progress under the Retail Investment Strategy, RIS, and the European Commission's commitment to fair, transparent, and accessible investment opportunities. IRS is an ambitious reform package that aligns closely with our long-standing advocacy for bias-free investment advice, stronger product governance, and enhanced information disclosure. But as we have highlighted today, we must go further to meet the expectations of Europe's retail investors and savers. In our first panel this morning, we heard a diverse range of perspective covering different ways to enhance retail participation in the EU financial markets. We talked about removing digital barriers, building trust, engage new generations of investors. We agreed that the future of the EU capital markets depends mainly on the retail investor participation. We at Better Finance believe that simplicity, transparency, and fairness are not only an option, they are essential building blocks of a trustworthy investment environment. Member of the Parliament, Eero Ainal-Noma, keynote brought us to the heart of a long-standing concern, ensuring that financial products truly deliver value for money. This principle must become a benchmark and should not only stay a slogan. Too many products still today erode long-term returns through excessive fees. And too many investors are still left out without the tools that they need to assess whether a product is really the right one for them. That is why we, as Better Finance, advocate for binding cost and performance benchmarks and a rigorous best of interest of the client standard for all financial advice. This last panel, Karel, under your moderation, helped us to explore practical solutions from refining regulatory definitions to aligning supervisory practices and to foster competition and innovation that will benefit the end users. We welcome the contributions of ESMA, EIOPA, and the others in shaping a more coherent and accountable framework across sectors. Better Finance strongly supports the strategic shift we just noticed, but we also call for greater safeguards for individual investors. Product simplicity must not come at the expense of investor protection. I think this is something we should not forget. Let me briefly highlight some of the key priorities of Better Finance that should guide the path forward. This is based on our position papers, consultations, and the feedback of you today. We see a need for the creation of a simple, low-cost, pan-European investment savings account modeled on best practices such as Sweden's ISK that we discussed today. We also see room for a reform of the PRIPS key information document to include past performance data, real costs, and meaningful risk warnings, but thereby keep it short and simple. We also ask for greater supervisory convergence covering both MiFID and IDD products, including insurance-based investments. And finally, we need effective enforcement of value for money standards with ESMA and EIOPA playing a central role in the benchmark setting. As stated in our press release just last week, we welcome the Commission's progress on the SIU and the inclusion of several of our key recommendations, such as the 28th legal regime for corporate and securities law and the support for simple and transparent savings products. However, as we have heard today, we must remain vigilant. The EU cannot afford to lose this momentum or to dilute the ambition of these reforms in political negotiations. And let us remember, retail investors are not a footnote, they are the foundation of the SIU. Therefore, let me close with a call to action. We have a unique window to shape a truly inclusive, efficient, and citizen-focused financial future for Europe. Let us seize it together. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you and say thank you, first of all, to all speakers and panelists for their valuable contributions. Let us say thank you to the sponsors who made this event possible. And finally, a thank you to Better Finance and its team under the lead of Ola Maczynska. And last but not least, a final thank you to you, the audience, for your lively contributions. I can only say it was a very interesting conference day. I wish you a wonderful way home and a great weekend. Thank you.